Welcome everyone to episode 45 of Awakening.
Isn't it 46 now?
No, it's 45, at least on my end.
Same.
Yeah. I mean, it's like 57 or something if we count everything, but for actual episodes it's 45. And we are where?
Uh-oh.
Where are we?
Oh, just killed a hag and had a little argument.
The party is split.
In nights in a dangerous woods after fighting some trolls off.
True. And how are we split?
I don't remember.
Oliver,
Split. Oh,
you
yeah.
go.
There you go.
Oliver was left tending the fires of the hag hut, while Uzma went off to place down a magic hut, while Reuben follows. I believe, but we are also split mentally. There's a split in the party.
Physical and metaphysical rift.
Well, how far away does Usma walk from the burning hut?
Like 10 minutes. Wait, are you guys hearing this banging?
Not really.
10 minutes.
I think so, right?
I don't know, I'm asking you.
It's just hard for me to think what 10 minutes feels like walking, you know?
10 minutes is like 1.5 kilometers about.
Yeah, 10 minutes, probably.
10 minutes is you clearly have no idea where the hut is behind you. And no
Well,
vision.
What do you mean? It's fucking burning smoke. I can see the hut.
It's mostly just embers at this point.
Maybe you can. Do you want to keep it in vision?
I think I just kind of stormed off. That's kind of the vibe I had.
Okay.
I think 10 minutes is like from here to my university. I think that's like a normal walking distance here. Kind of walk.
I just say I'm getting away from this place, walking distance.
Yeah. It's like
Okay.
a fuck this walk distance.
Alright. Ruben follows you. And Oliver stays with the hut.
Yeah.
Do you go to sleep that night? Or do you stay awake?
I think we'll do what we discussed, and then we're probably just gonna ponder for a while.
So you go to pray and
Pondering
See.
for a while.
yeah, what your deity has to offer you in guidance
Yeah.
after you get some answer.
Pondering time.
Consider
Self-reflection.
You keep sitting around, you don't go looking for the magic hut.
Not immediately. It'll be at least a little bit.
Okay.
It'll be at least an hour. It'll at least however long the praying and stuff takes. Probably plus an extra 2 hours of pondering.
Oh my god.
Okay, so it is in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
You don't exactly know how late it is because keeping track of time is hard.
Yeah. It's dark. That's all that matters.
It is completely dark. The hag's hut is still the embers are still going. It's gonna continue to smolder for a day or so.
Yeah.
But it seems to be thoroughly destroyed. What do you do?
We could skip over the other party members for a second. That's all right. I'm gonna think for a second.
Okay. Other party members, I assume you walk away, Ruven, you can catch up with Usma, and she plopped down the magic hut in the middle of the forest.
Is it dark already?
It is dark, yeah. It was dark when you started walking.
Yeah, well, when I'm ready to plop it down, I kind of look back regretfully, then shake my head. And I turn my head towards Reuben. See if he has anything to say, as if like looking for a question, expecting something.
Turning to him, you do see him open his mouth to speak. Though he doesn't say a question, he says, um, sadly, in this way of, he's pretty calm now after 10 minutes of walking or so, but you can still see the apparent sadness and like relative confusion about the situation. And he says, "I talk with Oliver. He say." Uh, he say that if you both of you apologize to each other, then all would be fine. And then kind of gives a shrug at this.
Osmar picks his lip, thinking. I don't really care for apologies. All I want is a mutual understanding. An agreement of sorts. I scratch my chin. He acts too hastily. He claims the will of his god when no statement on the matter has been given. First, we lost out on whatever magic was behind that grave. And now, who knows? Who knows what secrets that hag's hut held to itself before it was burnt down. I shake my head and close my eyes. I probably like sit down, give a sigh. If only he was more agreeable.
You hear Reuben sigh through his nose. Maybe pick up Kitty, and you hear his footsteps come next to you and also sit down right next to you. You feel his back against your arm as he's just there. But remains completely silent. Maybe supporting you with just his presence, but he seems to be out of words. You can tell that the earlier outburst he had was quite out of his normal character and his normal way of doing things, and it seemed to have taken a lot out of him to even say stuff like that. So he remains silent.
Probably 5 minutes of, maybe not five, like a couple of minutes of silence, like 2.5. Then I get up. I turn towards Ruben. Look, we need to go look for him. He's gonna get himself killed.
You see him think, frown a bit, and then nod. let's go.
I shake my head and start making my way back to where we came from.
So you turn back to the hut.
Yep.
Alright. Um, you find Oliver sitting under a tree or something, praying.
Yeah, probably like like a little bit of like near probably in the clearing, but yeah. Probably like after like the initial state, after like the initial like prayer, like a message is done. He's probably just sitting there, not really praying, just kind of pondering, depending on how long it's been.
How long has it been?
Uh,
10 plus 10 plus 5.
for
At
you,
least.
took you like 30 minutes or something to do the round trip. So, Oliver, you're still praying as they come back.
Okay.
I turn to Reuben. Letting his guard down in a place like this, not wise.
Maybe. He seems to be meditating.
Yes, well, even Near asked for help when she wanted to pray in the Low Bay Woods.
This is true.
I shake my head. Clerics.
I think Oliver, you can see him thinking a bit, eyes clouding over in thought. I think Oliver isn't very, or at least when he began traveling with us, I do not think he is very, how you say, experienced.
Hmm.
Kind of gazing over at Oliver. His fighting skills were okay. He has impressive talent, but for a human, but squinting his eyes, he says, it did seem a bit new, even for us.
I'm unsure if to call it a blessing or a curse to be approached by the gods. Seems that the opportunity it provides, it takes an equal amount of wisdom away. Don't really have a chance to fail and learn. Gonna get bailed out by otherworldly beings. But I suppose that just means that he needs us.
Reuven's eyes at some point of time have turned to you again and is looking intently at you.
Usmar has his eyes closed. He's looking everywhere.
You can see him ever so slightly smile at that, on your words.
All right, enough fluff talk, Reuben. Let's go hit him up. I don't want to be any kinder. Enough kind words have been spoken today. Onwards. I take a proud step towards Oliver and start my walk.
You can clearly see that he is doing something and concentrated.
Is he moving?
Oh, he's sitting there. Probably going through some sort of motion, I assume, but
Okay, I guess I stop my walk then. Scratch
do
my
you
head.
throw down the magic hut in the clearing? Or
No.
do you just wait till he's finished?
I think I have to wait for him first.
Okay.
Oh wait, does Oliver have the Ring of Blinking currently?
I assume so.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
So you wait for an hour or so until he's done.
Whoa, an hour?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna take how long it's gonna take for you to do the hut anyway.
I think after 10 minutes, I'm probably about to get bored. It's pretty dark outside, right?
Yeah, it's like 10 p.m. going towards 11.
I don't think I'm waiting an hour. I think by 10 minutes I'd probably do something. I guess I walk near him and try to wave around, see if he's aware at all of his surroundings.
Although that's up to you if you want to react.
Yeah, I'll just do a perception check. How about that? That seems fair. See if I'm aware of it. Ooh, I'm hyper aware apparently.
I snap
know-
my fingers.
You can also see, as with that check, Reuben is right behind Usman, about to say something in his ear.
And like I think like right when like your first right when you bring like, your hand to me, like it's sort of like like eyes open up and start like like moving around like and like what?
Oliver, you're gonna get yourself killed.
Sort of like blinking, like refocusing his eyes to the dark. It's like what are you guys doing here?
Look, you just need to promise me, swear by your god that you won't kill me when I sleep, and I'll conjure us a hut.
So it's sort of like waking up from sleep, like what are you talking about?
I move my head to the left and then move it to the right. You're gonna die if you sleep here. What do you mean? What am I talking about?
Never mind. Just sure. I
No.
promise I won't. Wait, why'd you think I would?
Actually,
Anyways, just
there's an added condition. You can have the book. I don't care, but for the time that we sleep, it has to be in my bag of holding. I don't want that. I don't want it corrupting our minds. Best story.
wait, just calm down. I was just deep in thought, thinking about stuff. Just give me a moment.
I turn towards Ruben. Wait, when you say "give me a moment," what do you do?
Just like like standing up, like think, like collecting himself.
Okay.
Now he pulls out a ultra spear and stabs you. No. No, he's just getting up off the ground and getting collecting his things for a second.
All right, let's make it snappy.
Yeah, you can start your hut.
I open up my bag for him to throw the book in.
Yeah, I'll hand it to you. I'll hand it to you.
I'm holding the bag.
Yeah,
up, so
I'm handing the book to you.
I assume you drop it in the bag then.
No, I hand the book to you.
Okay, I'll grab it and put it in the bag.
Yeah.
And I'll start my ritual, and say, please don't let anything interrupt me. And I do my dances.
Yeah.
Alright, so you plop the hut down next to the burning witch's hut.
No, probably some distance away. But like, yeah, in the vicinity.
Okay. Yeah.
And as his Mar's doing that, I'll be like, "Oh, Ruben, do you mind just I need some time to think. I got some guidance. I need to think on it."
He nods. I will protect both of you.
Mm-hmm.
You manage to cast your spell, the hut appears.
Yeah.
A nice wooden hut that for the suspicious mind looks almost similar to the witch's hut. But to everybody else, it's just a wooden hut, you know. And
Right.
you can all get inside.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is late in the night, so I mean your hut stays up for at least 8 hours, so you can definitely get your sleep. But
It goes.
9.
It says for at least 9.
at least 9.
9 hours.
No,
Yeah,
at least 10 hours.
At least 10.
1 hour per level plus 1d4 plus 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
okay.
9 plus 1 before.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. It stays up for at least 9 hours.
At least 10 hours.
At least 10 hours.
Yeah,
And-
after like, oh, sorry.
You have time to sleep.
Yeah, but
enough.
before I'm sorry.
Is there anything you do before you go to sleep?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Yeah, like I was saying, like after Usmar got his like the hutta and we're all like walking in, I'll be like, before you head to sleep, Usmar, I just wanted to say something.
I look towards him. I turn my head towards him and open my eyes, I mean.
You don't turn your head towards me, but your eyes are still closed. I would like to apologize, Usmar.
No, there's no need for that. I don't care.
No, there is.
No, please. Can we just... It's fine. That's not necessary.
All right. You can keep the book. And we'll go to bed. And he'll go to bed. Lay down in his bed.
Everyone looks a little bit surprised at this. Probably stands stunned for a couple of seconds before he turns to go to bed.
Reuven. It's the humans again, right?
Humans again.
It's like 90 minutes ago they were like trying to murder each other.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Quick to anger, quick to make up.
Oh,
Flicker. Very, very flickering thoughts, these humans.
well, nothing you can do, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone stay awake for the night, keep watch, or
I imagine Oliver's exhausted. For multiple reasons.
I schlep a Rooney.
Yeah. Sleep.
everybody goes to sleep? All right. Who wants to roll a random d20 just
Me.
for fun?
Boom.
A 20.
Double 20s back to back.
Big.
That is a lucky roll.
Is this the hag sister?
It's the
Coming
two
for a
other
nightly
hags in the
visit?
coven.
Yeah, coming for their yearly visit.
Oh, no. Nothing happens. You wake up in the morning. The hut is still there. And you can decide what you want to do. Is there anybody who walks
Big fun.
outside in the morning? Do you stay inside until spell learning is finished? Is there even spell learning?
There's a lot of spell learning.
How much spell learning?
I'm gonna have to write it all out. Wait, are
You
we?
use like most your spells.
Yeah. Except, are we just planning? If we just want to go back, well, I'll write out something then.
I gotta finish with the hut and then like I'm good, but I don't know if that'll take another day or not before I get to be done burning.
Oliver and Reuven maybe then do the SWAT team, the inverse SWAT team tactic. Look outside while Osmar starts preparing his spells and opens the door for us.
Okay. What does looking outside constitute? The same we said before, you walk around in a circle around the hut.
I think
Yeah,
so,
more or
yes. It's the SWAT that we burst out, weapons it out, then we do a thorough search of the like first 10 feet, and then maybe a glance at the like next 100 or so feet.
Well, both of you give me a perception check.
Oh,
28.
17.
Yeah. Both of you find nothing suspicious.
Alrighty.
No snakes dropping from the ceiling. No
Giant moths.
giant moths. No trolls. No skeletons. Nothing. Everything's just exactly as you would expect it to be. It's a nice, calm forest. What's the plan for today?
Is the things done burning?
It's smoldering. It's gonna keep
Okay.
on doing so.
Is there some ashes?
You can
enough.
easily get ash, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna. Oh, is anyone else injured? I guess I'll say before I heal myself.
Let's see. Ruben is quite injured, yeah.
Okay, I'll heal you for 10.
He still seems pretty injured.
Alrighty.
Takes me 3.5 hours to.
Alright.
Do you have...
Yeah.
Oh, I have
Enough
my
time.
HP differently.
Oh, okay.
I had one with 45 HP, other with 64 HP. Anyone remember?
I don't
64
remember.
is the HP that you have on roll 20.
I'm assuming roll 20 HP was correct since you used that in combat, so I'll go with that instead.
So you should
That
be
is
at.
the better one, DM. If you want to choose me to choose the worst one, I can.
I gave you 10 HP on roll 20.
Okay. I will use. Ruben looks nigh. He only has a few cuts left. Nigh
Okay.
fully healed.
Yeah, I gotta. The only thing I need to do is just sprinkle the ash among the symbol and then bury the hag.
Alright.
That's it.
Do you wait till Osmar's finished spell learning, or do you just walk over
I think
there
I
in the
wait.
morning?
I think I wait, probably because still in a danger. Because like the last time we were kind of chilling about, that was when the trolls came.
Yeah.
I should probably wait.
So Osmar finishes spell learning in about when the hut disappears, so takes you 3.5 hours, so it's about noon as you get going.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just be like a couple more things I have to do, and then we can leave, or one more thing technically.
Sure.
I'll go grab some of the ash from the hut and start like sprinkling it out.
I cast detect magic on the rock and start looking around the hut area, just to see if something's outside.
You have... No, this is an interesting interaction. You kind of have 360-degree vision.
I think detect magic just gives a cone though.
Yeah, but it gives a cone because you have to focus on a direction.
I think you could focus on. I think you have to focus on a
I
specific
think-
direction that you're looking at.
Yeah, I think it just means that I can focus on a direction behind me. At least that's
Yeah.
how I interpret it.
Yeah.
So you check the hut. Do you check anything
Yeah,
else?
No, just
Why-
looking around.
Just looking around if there's anything in the fields or whatever.
Yep, just looking around everything.
Okay.
Just while Oliver's doing his stuff.
All right. Okay.
But maybe Wizard Eye would work really well with.
Is Wizard Eye its own thing? Or I don't know if it's like its own
Well, not
thing.
Wizard Eye.
Oh, I know you're talking Wizard Sight.
Yeah, I think that's this one.
Yeah, the caster's eyes. So yeah, you should be able to see in 360. I imagine.
Yep.
I guess would it? Yeah. If since it's based off your sight. That'd be interesting, yeah.
I sent you a message.
Yep, I noticed.
Other than that, there's nothing particularly interesting.
Okay.
Did you check the stuff that you grabbed from yesterday? I think you didn't have detect magic yesterday.
I'll save that for later.
Okay. Yeah. Oliver, it's gonna take you. You have to get the ashes, like scrape it out from next to the still hot wood. So it's gonna take you a while.
Yeah, it'll be
So-
like using a shovel to like move
yeah.
it around and like grab it. Yeah, to not burn myself. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna take you like 2-3 hours to get your ash marking finished.
Alrighty.
You then feel quite satisfied with your work and can speak your final prayers and
Yeah.
assume you're done.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna go bury the hag afterwards.
Do you bury
Wait.
the hag or do you try to burn her as well?
Bury it.
Okay.
Can I
Bury it
I'd
by
like-
by the tree.
Okay.
As Oliver is putting the hag away, I walk up to it and say, "Hold on a second." I pull out Julius's holy symbol from my satchel. And I stab it into the hag. I think this is a good resting place for this.
I don't really say anything. I just say, move the hag into the hole, start covering it up, assuming nothing happens in the meantime.
Let's see. What's that again? I don't think so. No, nothing happens.
Yeah.
And
I'll bury it. Yeah.
it's like probably 4 or something p.m. as you're done with all your stuff. So you have a few hours of daylight left.
Yeah.
Where do you go?
I'll look towards the party and be like, I think I'm done.
Right. We just want to go south, or do we want to make it back in? I think we should probably make it back and then follow the road.
That would be safest.
Probably that'd be fine. Yes.
Maybe even fastest.
Yeah. Moving on the road is a lot easier.
You don't have horses, so
Isn't it still 1.5x?
nope.
Oh, really? It's only.
Oh,
horses.
yeah, it's 1.5. Sorry, my mistake.
Oh yeah, so it should be faster then. So, like it'd be safer no matter what anyway.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And then if you get any impromptu ideas with your things, you can chat. Maybe you even need to report back on the mission. Who knows?
No, it's all cut done.
No. Okay.
All right. So you have about 6 or so miles left that you can walk today.
Way a little less than halfway.
Not exactly get you to the hut.
Yeah.
How much will we have to push?
Like 7 miles, like 8 miles, I think. 7, 8 miles.
That's yeah.
That'd be like that's like 4 hours or so, like 4 or 5 hours of walking. I think normal walking pace is like 2.5 miles an hour.
We can.
It'd just be easier to rest than to go the next day. I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're near the thing, so we're not like in super dangerous territory.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. If you want to push, it's gonna take you till midnight or something to get to the hut. But
I think we
Yeah.
just settle down.
Yeah, I can just conjure a thing.
okay, so you walk into the forest and throw down a hut somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
And yep. Any watch? Any plans to?
Nah.
Nah.
I'll just be like to Usmar again, like probably as like we're walking, be like just because like during one of the times like we're walking, it'd be like you can use that book as you please. By the way.
I look pretty confused.
Just because it was once used for evil doesn't mean you can't use it for good. That was a mistake on my part.
I'm glad we got to see eye to eye. Yeah, thanks.
That goes without anything else you found in there. As long as it itself isn't evil, it can be used for good.
I wait. No, I knock on Oliver's chest and say, there might have been another gift bestowed upon you just recently. Your plate radiates magic.
I look a little confused. I'm like, oh. We can worry about that another time when we're in safety.
I nod.
But yeah.
All right. Night time. Sleeping time. Any random d20s? One specifically.
Oliver,
And
yeah.
10.
All right. Nobody's on watch.
Nah.
Nah.
At least I'm not on watch list.
Alrighty. Okay. Yeah. Night passes. You can wake up the next morning.
Yeah. I do my preparations.
SEAL Team 6 goes out again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we go to the big hole, the big crater.
As
in the
you,
morning.
yeah, as you do your morning scouting, Reuven, you clearly see the tracks of a group of large wolves.
How close?
50 feet away from the hut.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, I guess I'll pee on myself before we open up. I forgot about that.
Right.
Before they open up the door.
Reuven sends Oliver like a hand signal to look further, looking further, and you see him like taking extra time today to look around.
Okay.
And then, if he doesn't find anything, DM will later tell the party of the wolves near.
There are tracks. Do you want to follow them?
Just to make sure they haven't like settled near us.
How do you
Like, within-
you are
in,
high enough
like-
level that you can discern in which direction they went, right?
I think so. I'll
Once
have
you
to
can-
You're
look.
9. You're 9, right?
That's like
8.
this
8. Okay.
identifying and then
Ranger.
It's of creature.
and pace, size, number, and where they are heading. Yeah. They came by in the night. This is. Don't roll a 1 on a d20, and
Hey, you're 1 level away from getting out recently. That's super useful.
18.
that is definitely not a 1.
There's a 1 in there.
Badoom. Let's see how many they were.
Oh, it needs level 9 to know the recency. Ooh, okay.
That's super useful when you get the recency.
It's a group of like 8 large wolves that came by. They were heading. They were heading southeast.
Okay.
They like came around the hut. You know where they headed southeast. If you want to follow the tracks for a bit, you can. if you don't.
only for a few hundred feet to make sure they've like kept on moving.
You find nothing of interest after a few
Very
hundred
good.
feet. No.
Yeah. He comes back, relays that info.
You can finish your stuff. You can go wolf hunting if you want to, or you can continue on your trek.
I think we continue moving. Ruben asks, do we want to move to Oliver's teacher's area or go straight to human
We
clan?
can. I think we can go beyond it if need be. Go to the humans.
Is there a human clan over there?
I think I
that's
remember there was like a settlement or something.
I think
It's,
that's-
there's a,
I thought that was just like a abandoned mine.
Ah, it's abandoned?
I
Okay.
think we
well, I
should.
imagine there's some people there if the roads are maintained.
Maybe we
Otherwise,
can ask,
there wouldn't be roads.
maybe we can ask. What was her name?
Narina.
Narina, and then if she confirms, then we'll continue on. I don't have the hut prepared for today.
All right,
Okay,
that's cool.
change plan.
Fine.
Alright. You head towards where you assume the dragon.
Dragon?
Yeah.
Dragon.
Where the mentor's hut is,
Dragon.
and she's not home.
Can we enter her thing?
Yeah.
In the highs. Alright, do we just want to stay here or do we want to continue on? Hope that there's a. I really don't want to get caught out.
We can just stay the night then.
Yeah, I have
I'm
some
okay
food
with waiting.
anyway.
I guess now. I guess like it takes us like half the day to get there, right? It's only 8 miles away.
Yeah. Takes you
All right.
a few hours.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be back. I guess what do we want to do now?
I have to make a, or I'd like to make a call.
My nod. I guess I
I-
meant more in. Oh, sorry, Ruben.
You go.
I guess I meant more like once we get back to the southern side of the kingdom.
Ah. Did you... Are we dealing with that book like we did before? Or...
I don't think it's necessary.
Oh, really?
It itself was not evil. Just don't use it for evil and it'll be fine.
Oh, okay.
Has the potential for it, but I trust in you.
I smile.
Then... What did we want to do after that? I
would
probably
like-
want to get some arrows. My arrows
Yes.
are damaged.
Yeah, we can stop in Barrios. I think it would be good to see how troublesome the orcs are and then gauge what to do from there. I don't know if there'll be much to gain in treasure or loot, but it could be a thing that needs to be done since the hobgoblins are gone. They remain unchecked.
I think it was actually the other evil humans that were keeping it in check. But yes, same.
Yeah, yes. What something was keeping them in check and they're no longer kept in check.
True. So you stay at the hut for the day and continue tomorrow.
Yeah, I think Usmar wanted to do something though.
Yeah.
Whom are you calling?
Try to find a good spot where I have some room.
Yeah, just outside the
wait.
hut. There's a clearing, a rather large one.
I'd like to be inside if possible. I don't need like a lot of room, just like some room. Like,
Okay, yeah, the main room.
yeah. I'll pull out a mirror, pull out a Hawkeye. Maybe get a nice carpet from somewhere and lay it down or place my stuff on a carpet. And I'll try to scry on near.
Mm-hmm.
I think I have a 100% chance.
Yeah. You see near walking down a mountainside.
Okay.
Mountainside,
I-
huh?
Can I project self through that thing and hop next to Nier. Not right next to her, but like a little bit away.
Uh,
10 meters away.
sure.
Okay. And I shout out Nier. Do not be frightened.
Well, she is not surprised as you appear next to her. Interestingly enough. And she looks up, turns around and looks at you and says, Osma, I haven't seen you in quite a while.
Yes, I'm afraid my magic won't last for long. I have to ask quickly.
What is it?
What are you up to right now?
I'm going back down. I was just checking on a book. Still there?
Still there? Nice. Okay. I think we might have found a similar book. You said that you prayed on this. Did this seem like a unique item?
Yes.
Okay.
Unique
Well-
in the sense that it might appear in other places and other times, but
There was another cleric of your kind that that said that the book seemed evil, but it might be different. Maybe I'd like to show it to you if you could.
she walks over to get closer to you.
Wait, don't touch me or I'll vanish.
She stops.
I don't have. I can't present the book through here, but we could meet somewhere. Where are you headed right now?
I'm
Apparently.
uncertain where I'm headed. I'm heading back to Tariga now, I assume, and then see where I go from there.
Okay, we should be in Barrios within a week's time. I'll try to find you again, and maybe we can agree on a time. Maybe we'll make it to Tariga and meet there.
If you want, we can meet in Barrios in a week. Should be fine for me.
Sure, we can set that as our initial plan, but I'll try to perform this maneuver again. I'm not exactly sure. We might make it faster or something. So.
It will take me at least 5 days, so
Yes, well, I'm not familiar with these roads. I've only seen the maps, and they haven't been.
where are you?
cartographed by me. By the mine up north.
On the eastern side?
Yep. Wait, what do you mean Eastern? Wait, we can't get into the specifics. I wanted to say this before the call ends. We read some books, or we found some books out east when we were doing the Royal Council stuff, and we found some information on gods and their presence on the earth. Maybe something that you'd like to read, or if not, then I don't know. Then sure, but I just wanted to make the offer.
How long does your spell last?
I
think one
we're on
round per level, I think.
Okay, no, we still have time.
Like 8 minutes.
Alright. Then let's say we meet in Barrios in 1 week, and if something comes up, you try to contact me.
Sure.
Okay.
I give a thumbs up and I go to hug her.
And disappear.
Yeah.
I do enjoy how Project Self is the magical equivalent of a payphone.
This is me as a player, Michael speaking. Can we get a description of this scene or slash this spell? This
This is just
casted by Uzma.
so in the main hall, I gather up my carpet so that it's comfortable. I pull out my mirror from my extra dimensional space. Then I pull out a hawk eye, and I kind of rub the eye against the mirror and squash it there. And then for an hour, I do like this meditating pose, and slowly the mushy hawk eye disappears, and the mirror starts swirling, and the vision of Nier walking down the cliff appears. And then I close my eyes once more, and like a little bit of shaking, kind of like displaced selfish, kind of like a displacement effect happens, and then then not loud, but a but I instant pop, and the effect seems to end. Now everything seems to be kind of normal, and then I rise up from my sitting position and just start having a conversation. Just a conversation there. I'm
Yeah.
just standing there. In the
You
middle of the
you can hear his end of the conversation
Yep.
if someone's around. And even weirder, since by now you are used to him always having his eyes closed. It just seems even more normal in this situation than it. Yeah, it seems more normal in this situation what he's doing than it would otherwise seem. But yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just Usmar doing Usmar things. You know, it doesn't really bother me.
True. Osmar doing Osmar things.
I start the conversation by, "Hey, Near, how have you been?"
But I have no idea who that person is. So it's like, I'm like, yeah.
Ruben's
Yeah,
probably not there.
Okay.
I think Ruben takes Kitty and they go out to play catch bird.
And then I just hear Usmar talking to somebody I've never heard of before. I think he's like probably just doing wizard things. Having like a wizard cell phone call.
Yeah. But maybe you can piece it together through context clues.
Yeah, it
Because
probably gets. I'll probably
talked
pick it up.
about Yeah, I talked about
Probably-
the previous book, and I talked to you about finding a book with Ruben.
Yeah, I'll probably like ask you. Well, I'll probably get like a little bit of details after. I'll just be like, you know, like I'll probably like, ask you some questions about it, and you'll be like, oh yeah, it's a person, you know, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I'll share. I'll share who Near is.
Didn't you already talk with him about her?
I think we
I
did.
think so, but it's been like very like just sort of like, you know, nonchalant. We haven't really gotten into detail about it. I think.
Yeah, Oliver's never seen Near, so it's hard to remember. You know, you need a face to put it on. I'll express this actually. I have a drawing proficiency now, so I'll draw Near's face for Oliver.
Give me that drawing proficiency check. Let's see how well you do.
I think the thing is, so I think the proficiency check is only if you want to make it like super artsy, but I can draw it.
Just do the check. See if you're like
let's
at
just
least
see it.
close. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's close
okay,
enough.
yeah. I'm like, okay.
No, it's not close. It's it's a perfect drawing. It's like shaded very well.
Yeah, it's a very good drawing of Nia's face.
Yeah, it actually kind of takes a annoying amount of time, or maybe it's not annoying because he's a paladin who, I don't know, patience or something. But I think
Patience is a virtue.
yeah, I take a while to like make sure that the shading on everything is correct. Make sure that the cheekbones kind of pop properly. And
It gets kind of weird for me because you use an obscene amount of black.
yeah, I draw how her hair, and there's like a particular part that I focus on for a while, where like there's a snippet of her hair cut off.
Oh, I think I have an image now.
Is Near.
I feel like it'd be even the way you drew it, at least it would have been quite easy to see her, considering she sticks out or quite a bit.
I nod.
Though I guess I can't really say much about that either.
I'm not sure if I understand what you mean.
Oh, you're trying to say because he sticks out quite a bit as well.
All right. Anything else that happens today?
We're just chilling.
Just chilling. All right. Osmo, do you do any weird magic things?
Probably not.
Okay. You don't look at the book or the maybe potions or anything else.
No, I'll say that for later.
Okay. Reuven, you said you grab Kitty and go catch bird.
Yeah.
Alright. How far away from the hut do you go?
Ooh, probably the similar like route I've been doing this entire time. So I think it was somewhere like 2 or 3 mile radius.
Give me a perception check as you run around.
Natural 20.
God,
Yeah.
we're rolling well this session.
Yeah, I also refill my arrows with.
As you make your circle and you think you're like at the close to the most western point of your circle. You see some weird tracks. Something has left.
Ooh. He will focus on these tracks to see if he recognizes them.
I think you have seen them before once, yeah, in this area. Like, it's not the earth elemental tracks; it's the other ones that you were following. You remember when you came across your nature whispering powers?
Mm-hmm.
You were following some sort of tracks, and it's the same thing here. Same tracks, the same
And these
type
are
of tracks.
kind of weird, or like don't seemingly are different from the types of movement that would normal creatures mind would have.
Yeah,
It seems like
give me a d20 and roll more than a 5.
12.
12, yeah, all right. Yeah, it's a large creature. It has many legs, and it seems to be moving somewhat erratically as it is on the ground for a moment, continues walking on the ground, and then climbs around a tree, and then you see the tracks on the other side of the tree continuing there. Then they disappear for a short while. You see them in the distance again. It's like this creature seems to be able to walk on the ground and on the trees, the same ability.
Interesting. Well, I feel like Ruven's quite interested in this. What time of day is it?
Early afternoon.
Okay. I think Ruven will at least want to check this out. This seems like something. So he'll call out to Kitty, letting her know that we're looking for an interesting creature, and we wanna see if we can follow it. Different game, and entering like elven thingy, going invisible. He will attempt to track this thing.
All right. You see the tracks in front of you. You can follow them. You are a proficient tracker, so there's nothing. If there's nothing disturbing you, you can follow them until they disappear or something. Give me a perception check from Kitty and you.
Kitty saved it exactly. Which direction are we going into?
You are continuing westwards.
Okay, interesting. There is, I think, one thing that sparks in his mind is the weird creatures that apparently have petrification abilities that seem very dangerous. So I think if he goes like more than, let's say, like an hour or so of travel this direction, or maybe more, like a couple hours of direction, like more than 10 miles this way, where Oliver pointed out this weird hideout, he will stop. But he wants to, yeah, he'll give it like 10 miles.
10 miles, it's getting dark by this point.
Oh, right, yeah. Then he will stop, yeah.
How far? You have a certain amount of daylight left. How long of the daylight do you want to use?
He'll use as much as he can that he can still get back, roughly within daylight.
Okay, so you
He
have
can get into like a bit of dusk, but not too much.
like 3 to 4 miles that you can move before you have to turn around.
Okay, that's fine.
You continue following these tracks. Oh no, yeah, it's only. What's your movement speed while tracking? It's slower.
Half, I think.
I think it changes upon level.
It's half,
true,
yeah.
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 Oh no, it changes by the tracking score.
Ooh, okay, yeah, that's
But
It's half for you
still
right now.
half. Yeah. You don't know that, okay? I'm the only person who knows that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it's still half, yeah. So you only have like 1.5 to 2 miles that you can.
all right.
And as you follow this track, you you probably would have missed that, but Kitty notices at some point that there is like these as she runs into them with her face instead of just the shoe. She notices that there is like these sticky string-like things across the ground. And she
Interesting.
says like, "Ew, sticky." I can turn her and they can look at Kitty like she's trying to pour something from her nose.
What did you find, my companion?
A sticky string. Like when no. Ooh, one time when in old house I run into a sticky thing as well.
Mm,
Don't
like
maybe and then find small many leg. Was not good.
those many legs were spiders, my companion.
No, many legs.
I believe that what this sticky thing is silk
Uh,
spiders.
and sticky.
Yes.
No taste good. No.
Do you think what we're following here is also? Ruin will keep attention for this sticky thing. See if it is like following the track, or we can like assume it's somehow connected to the track, at least. And if there's only some part of it, he will maybe get a stick and like from the ground and like twirl it up, all the sticky stuff.
Now that you're focusing on it, you see that there's this like span in between a few trees here, and it's like going over the ground, like about 5 inches off the ground. It's like what's that? 12, 13 centimeters or something.
Okay. Interesting. He'll do a circle around the area to first check to see if this seems to be where the tracks end or do the tracks continue.
Um, the, uh, the tracks seem to. You can like try to focus on them just by standing where you are here. It gets a bit harder to see what's exactly happening, but it seem to be like circling around, or like there's a lot of tracks here, so that creature must have walked around back and forth a lot.
Gotcha.
Then as you keep looking like at the area where the creature must have walked around a lot, you notice that your elven sense tingles as you notice that there is a hidden trapdoor, more or less, on the ground. It's like 30 feet away from you. It's like, it seems like it's forest ground, but clearly you can see the outline of it.
Very interesting. And this sorry. So does this hole appear to be near the center of all this activity?
Kind of, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. This hole. I
And
think he'll take a bit
it's
of
quite
time.
large. It's like 4 feet in diameter, about.
Okay. If I were to take how large the creature I've been tracking would be, do I
It's like
get a sense in that?
about twice the size of the hole.
Okay.
The giant creature that you've been following. At least judging from the feet, you see like the tracks are like 8 feet away from each other, but also it's like almost circular tracks, so it's hard to say exactly what's going on.
Gotcha. Okay.
The imprints themselves that you identify there are quite small actually, but
Right.
must have been a heavy
First-
creature with many legs, so not deep imprints, but
Gotcha.
far away legs.
First of all, I'll do with Kitty. We're gonna be at like the edge of this area and go to the like most edge of the what I assume is web, and try to get some of it, touch it, and grab some of it.
Yeah, sure. You can try to grab some strings. They're not particularly many, but there's just a few of them.
That's good enough. And secondly, what I'll do, he feels like this is a bit dangerous. He also thinks it's. I think he's pretty confident with his new abilities, so he's going to use his one new ability. Try. So what he's going to do is indicate Kitty to the back away a bit, and he is going to step closer to this hole and get closer to this hole.
How close?
Slowly is going to start getting closer and closer. Still invisible still elven invisibility and all that. But I want to get like within, some like tens of feet, 20, 30, 40, roughly.
Yeah, you are like at the edge of this area where you see what you assume to be like spider webs.
Okay.
Like there's this 40 feet away from the hole in the ground, from the
Gotcha. Okay.
invisible hole in the ground. How close do you want to get?
I'll first get within 20 feet. Then wait for a couple of minutes, maybe up to 5. Nothing happens.
You see that the invisible hedge or whatever you want to call it, like the thing on the ground that you have identified as a hidden door in some sense, it slightly opens up on one side. The side that you are looking at as well, like opens up
Gotcha.
just
Okay.
a tiny bit.
What I'm
close down
going to
again.
do is squinting his eyes, looking at this movement. First, does his reactional check that he's kind of developed at this point, probably from PTSD, is he always does a flip of his shield to check that the mark is glowing.
It is.
Okay. And then closing one eye open to concentrate, he will cast invisibility to animals. which should last 11 minutes. Casting this, he'll move in the same 20. He'll move even a bit closer to 15 feet, roughly. See if there's any more movement.
I need to quickly read the spell. Give me a
Yeah.
second.
I have spells now.
Oh, where is it? You wanna roll me a 1d3?
1.
Yeah. You get closer to the hole and then you can see it open up again. And you can peer inside and see many eyes. And it closes down again.
Interesting. What I want to try to do is I'll move a bit around in this 15-foot radius to see if this thing would be following me.
Yeah, I think you move around and you stay there again, and then it opens up on the side that you are on again. You can see the eyes glinting out again. Closes down.
Gotcha. Okay. He infers from that his assistance from the nature spirits and invisibling himself from the creature is ineffective, that this creature is pretty either strong or magical or weird somehow.
Sure, if you want to.
At this, I think he will... This was a huge creature?
Yeah.
Gotcha. He is
Like the
really...
hole in the ground is like 4 feet in diameter, and the footprints or whatever you want to call them that you saw like 8 to 10 feet away from each other on the largest distance that you see as you're tracking this thing.
Okay. What he's gonna go do is he's gonna go back. He's gonna go back to Kitty. I'm assuming Kitty can see me, even while I'm invisible, because she's a magical animal.
Yeah.
Can she?
Yeah, she can.
Okay. And then Ruin is one part curious, but is also one part scared, and one part doesn't really want to. He's not gonna like just kill random creatures just because he would like learn their movements, but he's also willing to be a tad cheeky and make some animals just a bit angry at him. What I'm gonna do is he's gonna pick up. He's at the like 40 to 50 mark at this point. And he's gonna pick up like a stone from the ground and attempt to chuck it right at the hole, while in one hand holding Kitty. Well, Kitty
On
is like
top of the hole or in front of the hole?
first one's gonna be in front.
Give me a warrior attack.
Okay.
So
that would be
20 plus
just
7.
Plus 8 now. Oh yeah, plus
7.
18.
18, good enough. Yeah, you throw the rock in front of the hole in the ground, and as it... You're not quite sure if it has landed yet or it's about to land. The hatch flies open and a huge spider springs out, grabs in front of it, and goes back underground. The hatch closes again.
Interesting. Okay. One final question. I think he's okay with letting this go for now. Did it seem like the movements around here were like frequent, and even though I can't say the recency really, can I say if they've been here for like long? Like, has this area been traveled by this creature for like days, weeks, months, or years? Can I say it with some such accuracy?
Nah. You were able to
Okay.
follow the tracks here, so the creature must have left these tracks in the last 24 to 48 hours.
Gotcha.
And
So he's not
yeah.
currently sure if this creature this is its home or it's a temporary thing. But what he's going to do is mark the area, so he'll have an easy time to find it again.
How do you mark it?
I think with like certain things that only like elves would be able to pick up, like elven training stuff. So like we move certain twigs in certain like patterns, like twist the saplings in certain patterns, so it'd be easier to mark find this place once more.
So trying to lay a permanent trail to here, or do you
Yes.
just mark around the area?
Um, I'll do with what I can with the time I have, which
I
I think I'll
mean,
probably not be able to make a full trail, but I
you
hope I
can
could
like
like
try your best to leave a trail.
yeah, and
Okay.
like just if I one day I know the general direction, so if I come back here with some time and look over comb through this area, I hope this would like raise my chances of finding it.
Yeah, if it doesn't take you too long to get back here, like just marking nature in some ways. Nature keeps on changing, so
True,
after a
true.
while it
Yeah.
will be gone, but if you come back tomorrow or next week, probably it's gonna still be there.
Yeah, he does what he can,
Yeah.
but we'll memorize this location with the hope that one day he can come back, and we'll go back.
Okay.
Picturing the one scene he had of the spider, very interested in its movement.
Yeah. You return back as night comes around, um, and can converge with the rest of the group. And it's nighttime again. Just sleep and go tomorrow.
Yeah. Is it perfect time for break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take 5 minute
Alright.
break.
All right.
Ready?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Why am I so good at cooking?
Dunno.
I don't understand. Like, I can make such simple meals taste so good.
Most food's pretty easy to make taste pretty good.
No, well, I'm like, my food is different.
I don't know. Skill.
It's just so good.
Experience.
Insanity.
Like,
True.
I don't think I've ever tasted rice that's better than rice that I make. I make so good rice. Even like the best restaurants,
Hello.
your rice.
What's your secret then?
Um, so a lot of people wash their rice once, but you actually need to wash it like a couple of times, like even up to 7 times. You just need to wash and rinse, and then you need to put salt and vinegar into the water, and then you get giga fluffy rice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
That
mean,
is-
I guess if you need like low, if you want like low starch rice, rinsing it all would help.
Yep. But a lot of people are like, "Oh, I wash my rice and then they wash it once." That's not the way to do it.
I assume it
Maybe you
also
don't.
depends on which type of rice. Because I know some dishes you use the rice specifically because it has a lot of starch, so you don't wash it.
Do you
Those,
like risotto, Toff?
I don't even know what that is. Risotto.
It's I think it's French. It's a French dish. I think.
Italian.
You don't wash rice.
Gross.
Well,
What
yeah,
the
because we'll
fuck?
use a specific type of rice. Use like higher starch content rice to make risotto with.
This
And you
looks
don't.
gross.
And you specifically cook the rice a little bit before putting the like any liquid in there to in order to like like coat the pan with starch.
This looks gross.
I'm not a big fan of it, but yeah, it's popular.
All right, everybody's back.
Yeah.
Wait,
Mm.
nothing.
Mm-hmm. Why nothing?
Uh, nothing.
Nothing. All right. Let's continue where we left. Party reconvenes.
Yeah. Wait, have we already slept?
And goes to sleep. And wakes up the next morning.
Okay, preparation times. Let's go.
We raid the pantry of Oliver's master. Does she have any great teas? Or
Like I
only
brought
teas
the
that
great
we
tea. What
brought
do you
her?
mean?
Yeah, but there's this great weird tea that Oliver brought. Yeah.
I
What are
guess
you
we drink
talking
that.
about? We got licorice. Why would you want anything else? like licorice and raspberries, and I already deleted off my sheep because I gave it to her, but it's still there. You don't need anything else.
Now that she's not here, there doesn't really seem to be much interesting things around.
Even no food in the kitchen.
Yeah, some random stuff. But usually, like, there was some hunting going on.
So there's the kitchen of someone that hunts regularly, seemingly, and doesn't have a lot of stock of other
Yeah.
food.
Yeah, sometimes like she went on these trips, so sometimes she brought back things from other places as well. There was some things there when you got there the first time. Yeah. Seems to be just generally this hut seems to be like a getaway hunting lodge, like something in this direction now.
Gotcha. Because I think Reuven does. We normally wouldn't put eye to this, but he's very suspicious of the woman in Barrios.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of that suspicion likely goes over to this woman here. So
Mm-hmm.
he keeps an eye to look at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um. How long do you need in the morning to prepare spells?
80 minutes.
80 minutes. Alright. So you can start early enough that you can get your full day's movement in. Do you
I
want
just
to?
realized I should have made horses. But
You
Oh,
should
well,
have.
it's fine.
Do you want to
Yeah,
check
we can-
out Hole in Earth, or do you just skip by it?
Reuven says he would like to at least see it. It appears
Yeah.
that there's some weird creatures that come out of there that he would like to, if possible, see. But
yeah, I mean it's on the way. Might as well.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
did we heal at any point?
I could heal you some more. 1 out of 10.
Depends on the paladin and on Usma if he's interested in checking your wounds or not.
I could have healed Oliver, but I think Reuben was out yesterday. So
Yeah.
Okay, I'll heal 1 HP then. And then I'll heal Reuben for 10.
Because that was very much overkill. But yeah,
Oh, I can't. It's all or nothing.
yeah.
All right.
I'll cast Polymorph Self on the rock,
Okay.
and I'll ask the party if they're comfortable with me going invisible.
As long as you're nearby.
Alright. Then I stow the rock away, I invis it, and then I pull the rock out, and now I'm an invisible bird with Giga Vision.
Alrighty. The wizard disappears from sight, never to be seen again, and you two make your way by foot towards a place you assume to be a giant mine, a giant whatever.
Yeah.
And after traveling for 2 hours or so, you get close to this. Now you can see in the distance, like there's this, the forest ends, and then there's just this giant plain in front of you. And you can see that this, kind of hole in the ground that is huge. And as you get closer, you can see more of the dimensions, and it's just this enormous, 7-mile wide hole in the earth. You can see on the other side from where you're coming a few buildings on the other side of the hole. And as you get towards the edge, you see that there's layers upon layers digging deeper into the ground. And it must be also at least a mile or 2 miles deep. Let's see.
Ruben might ask for the what's the spyglass and look down the hole.
Yeah. You can actually see towards the center of this thing, like down, down, down. Some movement. But the movement is, you can't identify what it is because it actually seems like the ground is moving.
Ruben, in his excitement, will relay this information to the group.
Sounds interesting. Is it must be like a big creature down there?
Yes, very much so. Under the ground. Shall we go see those humans?
If you want to.
If we want to go on road, we'll have to go to them anyway.
Yeah. I'm fine with it. Go say hi to him. See what life's like around here.
The invisible wizard circles somewhere.
Yeah. Sorry,
Nobody
I
really
didn't
knows
even
what he's
realize.
doing.
I didn't realize I was muted, but yeah, when Ruben talks about visiting people, I polymorph into like a normal city bird so that I can chirp happily, and then I polymorph back into falcon.
Somewhere in the distance you hear happy chirping. And you continue on your way, cycling around the hole, and towards the early afternoon arrive at these buildings. As you get closer, you notice that they seem to be uninhibited at the moment, at least.
Do I see any people around?
Eh,
Any like remnants of people, like like waste and that sort of stuff.
the buildings are in decent shape. They are clearly some not a normal town. It seems to be more like a working town that is populated when people work here, and like it seems
Okay.
more industry driven than any other town you have seen before. Like large functional buildings,
Okay.
simple design.
Well, looks like you're not gonna be able to meet him this time.
Yeah, humans I do not care of. I would have been interested to know of the creatures within that hole, but he once again like peers down the hole.
Yeah, you don't see
There's
anything at the moment.
Do we see the bottom of the hole?
You can if you fly over it.
Yeah.
It seems like in the center, unsurprisingly, there's a collection of water there. Also,
Can I
going deeper into the ground, it seems to be getting more and more solid rock. Like on the surface, it's more like dirt and earth, and then going deeper down, it becomes more and more rock.
How deep is the hole ish? Like, is it more than a mile deep?
Yeah,
Is it more than 5 miles deep?
yeah, it's like between a mile and 2 miles, something.
Okay. Does it look like there's like mine structures, like wooden things that like hold, like what are they called, like supporting pillars and stuff?
No.
Scaffolding.
Yeah, scaffolding.
You can see like ladders. Like it's it seems like it's not like a what's it called? It's not a diagonal at the sides. It's more like steps, like really huge steps.
Mm.
And
But it
like
looks completely empty and barren.
as I said, there's like some ladders leaning against the steps, so you can get from one to the next level without having to go to the place where they meet, or where there's like a an incline made, so you can walk up.
Am I able to see the movement that Ruben spotted out? Am
Yeah.
I able to identify it now?
What do you mean with identify?
Not cast a spell. Can I tell what that movement is?
Something seems to be moving through the ground, maybe burrowing, but then again, it's moving through mostly stone, so
Yeah.
you don't really know any creatures that move through stone. So,
Yeah.
best guess is this must be some sort of elemental. But it doesn't come out of the ground, you don't see it.
Okay.
You just see like it moves a bit and you can see the movement and then disappears and then you can see it pop up somewhere else and then it disappears again. And after a while
Wait,
it
I can see it
disappears.
pop up somewhere.
You can see that the ground is moving
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah,
and then it stops. Must have been gone deeper into, or it just walked into the wall and it disappears into the wall. And then you see the movement somewhere else again. And after a while, you don't see it anymore.
yeah. I go relay everything I saw to the party just in case their eyes didn't see as far.
Do you check out the buildings?
I
I
assume
think
so.
so, right?
Yeah, just like walk through them a little bit, like walk around them.
Oh yeah, you get there. The first one seems to be like a large office building. Like more or less, there's like three types of buildings. There's this one central large office building, and then there's what must be like barracks of some sorts, and then storehouses.
No people?
Nope. Doesn't seem like it.
This is like those human clans in the east, abandoned.
I mean, these are maintained though. They probably just come here during some of the seasons and work here for some seasons and then stop and go back home.
I feel like this was previously used for just getting some minerals to bring them back to the gate. I'm not sure if that's still its use case. Maybe it's
Yeah,
in
man.
seasonal use.
Yeah. Either way, I mean, it's still like the buildings are maintained somewhat, or at least like if they were abandoned, they were abandoned recently. I think if you just come back to another time of the year, you could probably find some answers to your questions, Ruben.
Yeah, he
Or just
sure.
maybe some people in Barrios would be able to know probably as well. Probably a book or something.
He knows. It would just be interesting for me to watch the movement of these creatures, but
I mean, maybe there might be some people who work here and then work here some season in some of the villages that we go by.
maybe. But without a solid plan, I think it would be dangerous to just watch these weird creatures. So maybe next time.
Yeah.
So, do you want to enter any of the buildings?
At least I don't really want to. A little weird invading their home or their privacy.
I'll look through a window at least.
Yeah, we can like glance through the windows, but going in feels a little invasive when they're still probably occupied or like still like used to some extent.
Yeah, if you look through the windows, you about see what you expect by looking through a window of one of these buildings. The storehouse is just a empty hall, the barracks. You either see into a mess room or a small sleeping area. The office building seems to be an office building. There's a what you would expect to be an office building. There's some back rooms that you can't see into.
Okay. I think we then just head towards the gate.
Okay. You have a
Are we heading towards the gate?
The gate's on the way.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay, yeah.
so you have about you can get to the edge of the forest by today by moving on the road. The road is maintained indeed, so must be used.
Well, they have a lot of spare money.
Maybe, who knows?
Maybe we might get to bury us in one day with
Mount.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Phantom States. Yeah.
We might
That'll be
want to speak with the people at the gate. But
Do we though?
that won't take that much.
Hey, is there anything? Is there any real? I mean, like I mean, I'm not against it. It's more like I'm just I don't know if we'll gain it. Like we could just be able to do it for fun, but I don't think there's any questions we really need to ask. Because we're going so far outside from the gate that I don't think anything that they hear really matters too much.
No.
Maybe just movements of the ants.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it's not terrible. I'm not against it at all by any
We
means.
get on our way ask if there's been a lot of or any attacks lately.
Yeah, I don't think we need to stay there for like hours though or anything. Just sort of like 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Alright. So you pop down another magical hut and go sleep.
Yep.
No watch.
Nah.
Yeah.
Who needs watches in this day and age?
Who needs watches? True.
We
There
But
can't
probably
be any
not
weird
in the
things.
middle of the road. Assuming
Yeah.
that.
Not in the middle of the road, so next to the road.
Yeah, probably like in like 100 feet away from the road, probably.
Alright. Yeah, you can go sleep. Wake up the next morning. Do another 1.5 hour of spell learning.
Wait. Okay, wait. This is actually super awkward. So because of the way things work, if we travel on the road, I'd be flying slower than they're traveling on horse.
No. The reason why you're traveling faster on the road with the horses is because you don't have to take as many breaks. It's just easier.
So if I'm, but I think earlier we agreed that you don't get that 1.5x boost if you're flying.
Yeah, you don't.
No, but you don't have to take deep breaks.
Yeah, but then I think I argued that you should always get the 1.5x boost for flying, and you said no.
No, because you're already flying faster.
Exactly. So I wouldn't get it on the road.
Wait, do hawks fly slower than horses on roads?
Yeah, I think that's what Duck's saying, or at least that's what we agreed on earlier.
I thought hawks had like super fast movement rate.
Yeah, but horses' movement rate is doubled.
No, it's 1.5.
No, yeah. Hawks are, but if I polymorphed into like a lower movement speed thing.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
probably.
if you can keep up with the horses in the normal movement speed, then you can just like take your fly breaks sitting on the back of the horse and be fine. I guess that's how we can solve this. But if you can't like take your breaks with the that's like the limiting factor. You can't fly for 8 hours straight.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I feel like most birds can fly for a long time straight.
Usually it's like you have to get like in a
No.
good condition. You have to get like good wind conditions. You just kind of like lock up your wings most of the time, and you just kind of glide.
Yeah.
It depends on that depends on a bunch of conditions.
I thought like
Usually
a big thing about birds was that they can fly for like days.
yeah, but that's because
birds.
usually they fly in like it's some birds and they have to it has to be like you have to have like wind and shit. That's why usually they do like the same patterns throughout the year because they know like the wind conditions are gonna be the same around those times of the year.
And they fly like in a certain altitude as well.
They can. It's just under specific conditions.
But
they can do
I
that.
think this is like real world problem interaction that we're having here, so let's just say Magic Flight doesn't work like that. So you still have your own requirement for rest if you are a bird.
Okay.
You don't get the bird's constitution.
Okay.
So you can always travel the same speed as a person on the ground if you can
Yeah, but that's what I was thinking.
sit
like,
on their shoulder.
Like, why is it that roads allow for less rest?
Because the requirement to walk on roads, the strength and basically the build-up fatigue while traveling on a road is less than if you're traveling over land.
Okay.
So
You
usually
don't
roads
have
go
to
more
go
efficiently.
through the at times like uneven ground. You don't have to go up a hill here and then around here. It's just a
And
well
to be
maintained
clear,
ground.
you would say that flying is similarly arduous to walking in like harder terrain.
Yeah. Yeah, not technically, but in the logic of movement speed, it is.
Okay.
I think it's sort of like flying. You know, you
Okay,
get
well,
you
I
don't
think
have
this
any
has an
positive
easy answer.
or
I can just polymorph into a horse. Problem solved.
you know,
Problem
yeah,
solved.
true.
Yeah. Or you can just fly and at times sit on the back of the horse and.
I want to be a horse, you know? I
Yeah.
haven't been a horse for a long time.
All right.
Oh, also,
Be a horse.
just to be clear, are we worried at all about people getting spooked out by phantom steeds?
Do they look weird?
They
They
kind
look
of
pretty
don't
weird.
have hooves. Yeah.
I mean, we can just not stop in villages.
Yeah, you know, we look weird already. It's fine.
It's not like it's
Ruben
illegal.
does
too.
not care at all.
All right.
We
So-
we have a Reuben the Goblin Slayer with us anyway, and you're gonna be polymorphing from a horse into a person.
Yeah. We're fucked anyway.
All right. You are easy to spot. Let's just put it like this. If
Very
somebody
easy.
if somebody wanted to keep track of your movements in the kingdom, they wouldn't really have much trouble doing so.
No, this would be like the easiest
Not at all.
tracking.
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
there's
but-
that many people.
But who wants to keep track of your movements through the kingdom? That's like
No, that's too much
not be
work.
crazy. Yeah. All right. So you do some traveling shenanigans. You go by the gate and. What's your movement speed? Because I think horse is still encumbered.
It's
8
like
was last time when we were east.
yeah, it's like
Is it-
18 times 1.5, so like 27, I think. If that's the case, if it's 18.
18 gives us 36 per day, and then that 1 point.
5, so 54.
Oh wait, why was I thinking 72?
Because it'd be 36 times 2. You're thinking times 2 on the road instead of times 1.5.
So you can make it about to Pescini if you want to. Stop in
Yeah.
town, or if you want to plop a magic hut somewhere in the middle of nowhere, you can do that as well.
I'll probably magic hut by the road.
Yeah.
Do you stop by the gate, interact with anything, or just fuck it? And
I think Reuben wanted to stop by and just ask about the ants.
Also, as we ride past, if they have any horses on the road, they get spooked. Because weird.
oh yeah, let's see if you run into the caravan.
Oh, you forgot a third spell on your level 4 spells.
I just casted polymorph. I didn't want to scam cast.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
It takes some time.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you come across a handful of people at some point. I mean, you traveling past a few towns. North Shore and Merrick, to be precise. You can see people. If you want to spook them, you can. But if you don't want to, they will just be spooked passively.
Yeah, they kind of have to. Phantom Steed. What is the aura? Is it just anything that sees it?
Does it actually have a spook effect?
It does not fight, but all normal animals shun it, and only
Hmm.
monsters ones. No, so it's just they just shun it.
Okay.
So maybe they get a little bit worried or something.
You
I
don't
think
come
I tried to-
across horses on the road, so.
Yeah.
Did we see anyone from the gate, or when we went past it?
I mean, there's people looking at you traveling in this direction. If you want to stop and chat with them, you can. But
Ruben might ask, I think Oliver for it, to see if Oliver can chat up some humans.
Oh, what do you want me to ask him?
How the movements of the ant fighters have been. Has it been identifying? Has it less fying?
Sure.
I
I'll
think it
let you
would
know.
be useful to know if we are to be going to travel in the east, the southern part of the east.
Yeah, I'll nod.
uh,
Yeah, I'll go. Yeah, I'll start, going up to him.
Yeah.
Like going up to some soldiers or whatever.
you can chat them up. They will ask you a few random questions: where you come from, what you're doing, and then you can quickly
Yeah, I'll be
clear
like,
this
yeah,
out. And yeah.
yeah, I'll be like, yeah, we came from like the side, blah blah blah. We're going down here, blah blah blah.
Nothing special has been going on lately, so
All right, just so like par for the course. All right, yeah,
Yeah.
I'll relay that to Ruben and be like, yeah, nothing new. Seems to be, everything seems to be going about as normal.
I guess that's good.
Probably. I don't know enough about them to know if they're like a calm before the storm, but it seems to be good for now.
No, wait. Never mind, sorry.
Nothing abnormal so far, Ruben.
Okay.
all right. And then you continue on your way. Plop down a hut in the middle of
A little bit off the road.
a little bit off the road. Go to sleep. Wake up the next morning.
Yeah.
I don't think we did phantom seats today.
Yeah.
I mean, we're like, what's our? Which we might.
Actually, yeah.
No, we don't. We're moving rate 18
But we
and
just
then
make it
30. Yeah,
faster.
we'll just make it to burials today.
Why don't we make it faster with steeds?
Yeah, we make it faster, but you don't need it if you don't want to.
I think might as well.
All right, that's fine then. It's
Uh,
pretty much
can
just
you-
I don't think I want to enter town with phantom steeds.
Can
that's-
you dispel them on when you want to, or do you just leave them somewhere outside of the road?
I think,
just leave a couple phantoms T just chilling.
I think you can dispel them. I don't know if you can like stab it to death. I
You
think
probably can just stab it to
I
death.
think you might be able to like execute it.
I mean, we can also leave it.
I feel like I remember Georg doing that, but I don't know.
I feel like it would make sense that you could dispel it, but what doesn't say.
I mean, I don't think. You
Ooh, we can. Phantom Seas now go over sandy and muddy terrain.
Oh
Maybe.
yeah, true. That's super good. Now we don't have like we'll move like super fast on the sand now. Yeah, they're
can. I don't want
unencumbered
to make
by.
steeds because we're gonna get spooky in town. So I wanna
Yeah, we can just walk. Yeah, that was more for when we're going to the desert again.
Yeah.
It'll be super useful then. And they can pass over water.
Like in 2 levels.
Yeah.
Then we'll just go into the spooky. What's this? A Dufour Lake. Then we'll just
Yeah,
see
then-
it from there.
At level 14, it moves as if we're a Pegasus. And it can
Yes.
fly.
All right.
I just prepare 80 minutes. I think I leave 2 spell slots unlearned, so that we can make it a little bit faster.
Yeah.
I just prepare a phone call for near.
All right. Do you
Oh, yeah, do we-
fly or do you horse?
Sorry?
Do you polymorph into a bird
No,
and
I
fly?
don't have polymorph. I don't have polymorph.
Okay. So what are you? Oh, by the way, I think your horses are in Lansington, right? So
And what?
Lensington, yeah.
Lansington
oh,
is where your
good
horses are. You might
reminder.
want to actually go there, pick
Oh,
them
yeah.
up, and take your normal
Oh,
horses.
yeah, that's
from them.
right, yeah. That is true,
Might
yeah.
actually be the solution.
Our
here.
horses, I wonder if the horses, the horses, like, leg should be fixed since I did heal it. Got a lot of time.
So, I think the summoning of
Yeah, I think,
weird
don't think
horses does get passed, and you just grab your normal horses and go from there.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, all right. So, so nobody's flying, so nobody sees the coast. All right. So, all right. You go to grab your horses, and they are all fine. and you go to Barrios with your horses and arrive there somewhere towards evening.
We should try to make rest as soon as possible. I need to do some rituals.
Some rituals. What for?
I like to contact priests that I've seen.
Very well. Well, you know, you know where I'll be.
I give an awkward nod.
Already.
I get, what is it, 2 silver?
Something. Yeah.
Forgot how much the shitty inns were. I know they weren't a lot.
Yeah, just throw away some random money and be fine.
I just did 2 silver because I think that's the case. I mean, I have fucking, like, 150 gold. I was just, for counting purposes.
Why do you have so much money? You have to give
I
it
have
away.
like gold just in case I need to buy stuff, but I still have my debt written on the sheet. Well, the thing is, this is all the I haven't earned any money in since I've gotten it I haven't earned any money since we've been east.
Yeah, you have to get cashed out at some point, right?
Yeah, well, I think it's you have to you basically, if you get 100 gold, you have to tithe a certain amount of it. But I don't think you just have to. It's not like taxes where you kind of it's not like you have a what's it called, a property tax or anything like that. At least that's my understanding of it. I think it's if you get gold, you gotta donate at least a portion of it or something, or do services or something.
Has to be in some balance has to be sought after. So if you find 7 magic items that you keep, you have to make up for it.
Yeah, basically. But I don't think I think I've. I can do some stuff around if we're waiting for a while, but I don't think we've given notice if we've been. If we're staying for a day, you can't really do much.
So you arrive in Barrios towards evening. Osmar, you do your.
I do some things. Well, before I make my call, I'd like to pay 3 gold for the honeypot. I'll get Ruben a room, and I'll get myself a big room. And I'll go into the room and I'll cast Detect Magic and look over the items that I got at the hag's house.
What items do you have in your bag?
Wacky branch that Ruben found on the thing.
That wacky branch is magical.
Nice. Can I roll for a thing? If you don't want to check, it's fine.
The strength is level 2.
Okay.
And the school is... I
Wait.
don't know what the appropriate spell would be. Do you get a
was
school?
that?
Yeah, you got the school.
Yeah.
You just tell us what the effect is. That'll be fine. We can determine the school from that. We can determine the school from that.
True.
It's probably some sort of divination.
Okay.
Divination?
Hmm.
Interesting. Okay. Then there's the string with feathers and rabbit foot.
Huh?
Is it magic?
No.
Fuck.
It's
then there's
disgusting, but it's not magical.
There's the orange and green vial.
They both are magical, yeah.
Ooh la la. Okay. Was that it? What's that away?
The book.
Yeah, is the book magical?
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah.
I'd be very funny if the book just wasn't magical. It's a normal book.
Mm-hmm.
With a lot of
I mean-
pages that are very thin.
You could oh right, the books and the pages were getting big.
But yeah, you couldn't destroy it.
I think that's all we got, right?
I don't remember.
I think you
got
didn't you take some random stuff as well?
you took just random shit.
Yeah, but I wrote it
Jars
down.
with eyes and things like that.
Yeah.
If you check the jars with eyes, then they would have they're not strictly magical, but they have what's it called? A residue.
Residue. Nice. Okay. And then after that, I'll call Near.
Ring, 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 ring.
You ring up Nia. Nia is this evening. She is in Tarega. You see her sitting in the Tarega honeypot.
Okay, then I don't project self there.
Okay.
And I'll just chill with the plan that we had agreed upon earlier.
Okay. All right. So time to sleep.
Yeah.
There's not really much you can do because you arrived quite late, so no shopping or anything.
Yep.
And it is tomorrow, which is the second day of the third week of September.
Okay, I'm doing spell stuff.
Reuven, you are going to plunder arrows?
Reuben first starts by halving all his current arrows,
Mm-hmm.
and then he's going to order copious amounts of silver arrows.
Alright.
Reuben at this point has given up on normal arrows. He's going to just buy silver arrows.
Yeah. As we discussed before, getting silver arrows has a time limit on it. There's only a certain amount of silver arrows that are around, and they need to be produced if you want to have more.
Yes, yes.
So you go to every blacksmith in town and order silver arrows.
I think Reuben first talks with Uzma to see how long we have.
I could spend time here. So, no rush on my part.
Then he is ready to spend days on this to go to all of the blacksmiths.
I mean, you can get to all blacksmiths in one day. It's not a problem. And everyone has 20 silver arrows on stock. And they can make... What's that?
Is 20 for the whole of Barrios?
There is 3 blacksmiths.
So 60 together.
Yeah.
Okay. And I will probably order some more. I will do some math for this. Previously in my notes I've written down that for good silver arrows, which I think is just me ordering silver arrows, snapping half of them in half and then selling the silver arrowheads back. The cost came to 1.3 gold per broadhead arrow and 0.65 gold for broadhead arrows.
Mm-hmm. And since you are dumping half of them, you can get about 20 arrows a day made.
Okay. So 60 first day and then 20 for the rest of the days?
It's 30 on the first day because you throw half of them. But...
Understood. Gotcha. And then 20 on the rest of the days. 30
Yeah.
first. Yeah, gotcha.
If they all have time to do your special order, let's quickly check if they are busy. 2 of them are busy, so you can only have one, which is 7 arrows.
7 arrows a day. Okay. Do I know how long they're busy for?
A few days.
Okay. I'm ready to spend a few days. Yeah. So.
Well, let's recheck in a few days if they have time now.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Is anybody doing anything interesting in town, or are we just waiting for Nia to arrive?
I'll check in with like the whatever guild deals with like the monsters and stuff to see how the orcs have been doing in the past since we've been gone for like a week or two. I've been there for like a little while now. Yeah, so it's been a couple of weeks.
Bounty office. You've been gone for a decent chunk of time because you actually spent a few weeks just sitting around, you know.
Oh yeah, sure. I was doing my training and stuff. Yeah, it's been a while.
It was.
I think it was like a 1 week per level or something like that. No, it wasn't that long.
Give me a moment.
Yeah, no worries.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, You've been gone for almost 7 weeks.
Okay, so about 2 months. Yeah, that's enough time where shit can change.
Yeah. You go to the bounty office, which is like the place that deals with this issue. And she will let you know that the orcs are still menacing around. It hasn't gotten particularly worse, but nobody has dealt with them, so the Riverside, Canty, Oneo, Kensi are kind of in a state of emergency from time to time. It's about like one attack every 2 weeks.
They have any sort of pattern?
Not really. Few people have died. The only pattern that is obvious is that they have so far not attacked twice the same place back to back.
Oh,
And
well, thank you for the
Riverside seems to be the one that gets attacked the least as well. That's from
Okay.
experience.
Well, thank you for the information. Yeah, that's about it, really. He'll just do some, like, busy helping around people stuff.
Right. Is there anything specific you're looking for to help around?
Is there anything specific that the city is struggling with in terms of that sort of stuff?
Barrios always struggles with the fact that they are the place the wounded soldiers from the gate return to when they are stable enough to be transported.
I think at this point, I just need to get, like, a first aid proficiency.
So if you want to help around the infirmary, you can go.
Yeah, I'll help around the infirmary in non-magical ways.
Okay.
I guess at this point, I am just moving towards the first aid proficiency accidentally.
All right. So you are
Like, that's it. Yeah.
helping out, and I think that's good enough for you.
I have big stuff.
You have big stuff. What's the big stuff, Mr.
Well-
Wizard Man?
Oh yeah, I'll also let everyone know in case they need to come get me. I'll let them know I'm doing that. In case anything
Well-
comes up.
Firstly,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to go schedule an appointment with Septima. I go scheduling the appointment, scheduling it for tomorrow. Like I go with the intention to get it tomorrow instead of
Okay,
today.
so on Tuesday you head to the Royal Council meeting hall and say you are requesting a meeting with her. She knows who you are. She should tell you, and you want to meet on Wednesday.
Yep. Okay. And then I go back to my room.
Mm-hmm.
I wizard lock the door. And with
Okay.
confident languages on the rock.
Mm-hmm.
First I wasn't at all interested in actually reading, or super interested in reading the tome. But since I have the God's blessings, I'll peruse through the Hag tome now.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, before I do that, I look through the books to find like the alchemy book and try to find gargoyle horns. Since I was reminded of this. And I want to get like the boring stuff done.
Do you have? I think you gave away all the alchemy books.
I was under the impression that I didn't.
I do not remember.
Did you give them to the council to get money?
Oh, I
was-
thought you. Yeah, I thought you did
No,
actually.
no. I placed them on the desk. I think so. It was either Oliver or Ruben that said that something about the gargoyle things, and then I said, "Oh, I might actually need that still." And
I
then
definitely
picked
didn't
up the book.
Yeah, I didn't say that about it at least.
I'm
I don't remember.
99% sure.
Yeah, I don't remember that exactly. I think that was when I was out of the room.
So you took back all the books.
No, at least one.
I
So
think it's
you
just the
have-
alchemy and the god book.
Because I think I mostly gave them my notes. Should we resolve this? Because I was under the impression that we didn't really give that many books.
I thought you
I-
gave all the random books away.
Yeah,
and
I thought
just
the only.
kept your important books.
Yeah, I was under the impression. I don't remember exactly because I was like half paying attention to my character wasn't in the room. But the only one I remember keeping is the books on deities and their avatars. And then you gave like the notes and stuff, but I don't remember exactly.
Because I think we had like a bunch of random books that we got from like
Yeah, we got a bunch from the the
Yeah.
either the temple no, it was the like the wizard's library and shit. Like,
We
because he
went
had like
back.
there's like 3 rooms with a bunch of books
We
and
took all
scrolls.
of the books, right? Remember?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
didn't take all of them.
Back, and we
We didn't
took
take
all of
all.
them,
No, we didn't
right?
take all of them. We took like most of them because there was like like there was like a good like 100+ pounds of books. I don't think we took all of them.
Oh,
We took like 20 bucks or something like that, but not all of them. Like through like three or four rooms.
Okay, well, if we want to make this easier, we can just say that I gave away all of these so that I don't need to think about it.
I'm pretty sure that you gave away all of them.
But I didn't give away the alchemy book. I specifically remember.
Yeah,
Also,
the
the-
Dragons and Alchemy Interactions book.
There's a mortal and pestle on the importance of the material as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was like the interesting books we kept, and then we
Yeah.
gave away all the random ones.
Mortar and Pestle is a book about.
I just quickly flipped through them to see it.
Yeah,
Sure,
it's
there's
not
a
about
different-
ingredients. It's about tools.
Okay. Sure. Then I probably gave that away as well. So I just flipped through the book to see if I find anything on Gargoyle.
Yeah, in the dragon book, there's nothing about gargoyle horns. No.
Okay. And then I get to hag toming,
Yeah.
and I have a couple of read magic prepared for the parts that have like magical stuff.
You start reading the book, and it's really hard to read because it's written in a
In a cringe
weirdly structured language. Yeah. Even with comprehend languages, this language is hard to understand,
language. Okay.
and at times it like has these like random magical things thrown into it as well.
Like cast read magic and look at the things.
And you try to like put together what is exactly going on in this book, and it seems as you're getting like a few hours into this thing and start to really understand what's going on, the book seems to be talking about magical rituals. And do you spend the whole day in the book, or is like anything else you want to
I'm
do?
spending half a day. At some point when I want to like stretch and walk out, I'll go sell the gargoyle horns to Reyna for whatever price she gave.
Okay.
Or I'll ask another store because I felt like she was giving a little bit low. Actually, no, because I made a promise to her, and that sleep actually saved our party. So, yep. I go sell to Reyna, even if I get a cock price. I'm a man of my word.
Speaking of man of your word, you never checked actually what you looted from the hag in terms of wealth. You just threw bags into your.
Yep. I'm not counting that now.
Yeah, and then it goes into this talk about how there's certain magical, simpler magical incantations that you, with enough practice and a good understanding of the magic weave around you, you could theoretically cast without having to memorize them if you find like a good ritual to weave the components of the spell together without putting the mental effort into forcing it, which is what you usually do when you cast a spell.
Giga weird. Well,
That's
I'm
like
not
about
super
what you
aware
get
of
for
everything.
them. Yeah.
So I wonder if the hag is a cleric of some kind. But
Cleric
clerics can't
hag.
write.
What?
Clerics can't write arcane.
Nope, they don't do that. And also they, from what you have witnessed, they tend to force things as well.
They tend to what?
Force the world around them to do what they want as well. In a
Oh,
concentrated effort.
are you talking about hags or clerics?
Clerics or priests, technically.
Okay. Well, after spending half a day on this, I'll clean the room and cast an identify.
Okay. What do you want to identify?
Oh, would you have asked for my chess piece for that, or no?
I probably forgot.
That's
But
fine. I just wanted to
If
ask
you
to make
if
sure.
you brought it up in the morning when you came to tell us that you left, then maybe I would have picked it up.
If you said you were like identifying stuff, I would have. But if you didn't, I probably wouldn't have mentioned it.
I I'll give a wisdom check. Yeah, I probably didn't.
All right, that's fair. Fine. Another time.
Give me a D100 for just you looked at it and you would have a chance to pick up the school.
It's a success, I think. You're light,
That's a
right?
success, yeah.
If it's invocation or abjuration, I would have asked for it because it would have been super stuck in my mind then.
Actually, you don't really understand the school.
What?
Oh, that's a third option that Usmar didn't think of that might have piqued his interest.
Yeah, I
It's
think I
clearly
forgot.
magical, but it's you understand your schools of magic and this just doesn't fit.
Yeah, I think that would have piqued my interest, so I think I would have remembered. I think that's worth a +2 on the wisdom check.
Yeah, that's your choice if you want to remember it.
Yeah, I think that's a +2 on the wisdom check.
Okay.
So I'll
Yeah.
ask for it.
Yeah, if you ask for it, I'll give it to you because I'll give it to you. Yeah, just give it back by tomorrow or this evening.
Of course.
And let me know what you find. Yeah, I'll
Always.
unstrap myself. I'll unstrap myself and give you like the 15-pound chess piece or
Yeah.
25-pound chess piece.
It's in the way anyways when you're going to work,
Yeah, like, I'm
Doesn't
taking
really
it off
help you.
anyway. Yeah, I'm taking it off anyway. There's no real reason to wear a plate mail armor when you're in the medical ward. All those random scalpels getting thrown around. Okay. Gotta defend myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll hand it to
Okay.
you though.
Already?
Alright, so what goes first?
Let me just double check that there's no items I'm forgetting. Even though I'm the one who said, "Are we ready?" Okay, so the items I'm preparing are the golden ring. That I filled. Orange vial, green vial, wacky branch, and Oliver's chest piece.
You're not doing the book.
No, because of
Okay.
previous experience. I don't know if you can really identify it like that.
Oh yeah, true. Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is what I'm preparing. So first things first, Oliver's chest piece.
Alright. You have no idea.
I have no idea. Nice. Okay, second thing second. Wacky branch.
Wacky branch. That's a 0,
I need to
0,
start
0.
notating things better on my sheet. Everything's like wacky something.
Yeah. It's not the greatest.
Yeah.
But it
Let's
loses all
see
meaning
what
when you use it for
does.
everything.
Yeah. But this one was actually wacky. It's literally a branch. Divination magic? But I mean that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Permanent locate object.
No. If you use this item, it will slowly move in a direction, like starts pointing in a direction of any creature that is hostile to you. And this has the ability to detect invisible, ethereal, and astral creatures.
What?
As well.
Invisible, ethereal, and astral.
Mm-hmm.
Holy. Does it mention like or do I get like a sense for like a range for the thing?
60 foot. Sphere. It's a wand of enemy detection if you want to read it. So.
Okay, I'll write a wand of enemy. But it'll slowly move?
Yeah, it pulses and then if you have to move it and it will tell you by vibrating in your hand more or less if you're moving it in the right direction or not.
I wonder, like, this doesn't seem, because I presume that's going to be an action. It's a 60-foot sphere. It'd be a pretty rare case where this is the action that you want to take, but useful to have.
I mean, if you think there's something invisibly stalking you that
Yeah,
is
I
trying to eat you.
Yeah, but it would already have to be in 60 feet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying it's pretty hard, but okay. And I'll redo the golden ring first property.
Mm-hmm. Didn't you do that on level 8 as well already?
I learned 2 things. I've only done this at level 8. And I didn't redo the first property.
Well, you failed the first property.
Yeah, but I giga failed.
Which means what?
It says that it's shocking grasp once per
Oh,
round.
oh yeah. Oh, alright. Yeah. You don't believe that, so you reread it. But this doesn't work.
Oh
We
wait,
have gone over
actually.
this already.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, never mind then. Can I do a third property on it?
Oh, I think we talked about one thing that might change then, if you remember.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to do it, then we can.
No.
No. Okay.
I'll do the orange vial.
It is a. It's not in here. That's in here. A potion of giant strength.
What?
Ooh, what kind of giant?
Which you would know that this is only usable by warriors.
Potion of giant strength. Oh, holy. Potion of giant. Wait, can I look it up? I assume I can.
Yeah.
I think
Giant
it's
strength.
it's a wicked
Turtle.
potion.
I can't find potion of.
I think it's like giant strength potion or something like
I
that.
found it, yeah. Because sometimes, I don't know why, but purple worm, sometimes it separates 2 words with a dash, and sometimes it does with a space. Do I
Very,
get the
very fun.
strength of the giant?
That is to be rolled when you use it.
Oh, it's rolled when you use it?
Oh, cool. We could get storm giant.
It's pretty big.
That
Yeah.
would have been deadly if she had felt
Yeah.
that the combat had been bad and drank it.
I mean, she would have just had a plus 12 to dam.
She already had 18-100, so it wouldn't have been most likely wouldn't have been too much more.
Oh, okay. It doesn't go to 25, 26.
No, it basically sets your strength to whatever the giant strength is.
Okay, green vial.
Still really good. It's just proportionally it's not as good for her.
Let me just see if I let this be known publicly or if I.
It's
I love the secrets.
I mean, there's some things that someone.
I love keeping secrets. Okay, makes it more interesting.
true. I don't even know what that does. Let me Google.
It's one of the things you wanted to have at some point, I think.
What is it? A potion or something?
Yeah, it's a potion. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure what kind of potion you wanted at one point. Potion of +1 int.
It's a long, long time ago.
Ah, okay.
Before your time, I think.
A potion of Robe of the Archmagi. You drink it and you grow a Robe of the Archmagi on your back. You can't take it off.
It's potion of Shrek's cum. Because it's green. Okay. And I think that's all the items. Unless I
Yeah.
can go for Golden Ring third property.
Uh,
I think we said that I
sure.
can't recheck, but I'm not sure.
you can't. Did you check for third property on fail
didn't.
already? Or?
I didn't check for third property.
Then, if you want to, you can check again. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could also just double check some of the other stuff properties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could. Oh, also I could check for second property on the wand.
There is no third property on the ring,
Okay.
and no second property on the wand.
Okay. Yep, I think that's all my things.
Mm-hmm.
Holy. Okay.
So
Mark
unless you
everything
want,
in my
unless you want to do the memes or have prepared the memes, you can't recheck your thing.
Yeah. I'll just go to sleep.
I don't
DM,
know what
I
the
had a-
message means, but
TM, I had an arrow question.
Mhm.
When you said the arrows that were initially there, were those all broadhead arrows?
The D6 arrows.
Yeah. Were any of the D4 arrows there as well?
Yeah, same amount.
Okay, I'll just buy those as well, but won't order anymore.
Okay.
Wait. Just no in my actually never mind, I passed out. I also
Don't
still
need
have 120 feet of chain in my bag.
Mm-hmm. You wanna chain
Yeah.
yourself up?
Do we just want to get rid of that? Or like put it in like we might just want to put it when like you go to like Tariga or like Lobe or something.
I mean, might as well just carry it and then drop it when it becomes a burden.
Yeah, I guess so.
Since I have extra dimensional space. So all the books are at Septimus, is that what we agreed, except the alchemy book?
And
Uh,
the book I have.
I don't know which books you kept. I thought you just gave away all the random books.
Okay, I think we're gonna go with that because I don't want to worry about what I have.
So, so you gave away all the books except for the deities book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't have the.
Well, I was thinking about the dragon books. That's kind of what I was.
And I think we can just go and get access to them if you need it. I think that was one of the things you said you wanted.
Yeah, that's true. That is what I argued for. That's true. What? I can't find the horse sheet. Here. Okay. I'll put it in the. Yeah, 'cause here I have Septima has a Tear of the Divine. I think that's the only thing that I planned on giving her. But if we want to say that I gave her everything, we can say that. I'm cool with it.
It's your choice.
I think I only gave her this thing, because and then I think I was planning on now giving her other shit.
So you gave her the random books. And you kept all your named books.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and now you're giving away the named books as well.
I'm probably giving away some name books.
Okay. The theory of the divine is the random book.
That I have given to her.
Deities
Not
and
everyone-
the avatars is the one that you are not giving her.
That's the one that I have.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if I want to give the dragon things. Well, I'll have a conversation with her first.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm planning.
Alright. Oliver, you said something? Or not?
I don't believe so. I'm just. It's nothing important.
Uzma, Ruben, the first day, or like the day you're doing stuff, comes to ask you for 58.5 gold.
Osmar is locked in his room and not responding.
Okay, next day, I guess.
Oh,
Is that
how
when
much-
like
How much did the gargoyle things sell for?
Uh, I don't know. Take 200 gold. Hold on.
Okay. I don't think it was that much. I'll take 150. I think it was less.
Yeah.
You might have to like finally count the hag's money.
Oh yeah, the hag has money. True.
I have no idea how much you had or like what coinage you had.
You don't even know what's in the bags. You just threw the bags into your bag of holding and ignored everything. Like, it could be all copper, it could be anything
All
else.
platinum.
One of them could have been a pouch of holding or something, and then I could have died.
True.
That is true. That would have been very funny. That's how you died.
Yeah, but
Quick.
I did feel the bag's weight before I tossed it, and I think
Yeah.
dimensional weight as well.
That would have been very funny.
Pouch would like weigh 15 pounds or something, so you wouldn't quickly notice that something's off. Yeah.
How much did Ruben ask for?
58.5.
I'll give you 15. I'll give you 70 because I don't want to count.
Ruben's gonna come to me and give me gold. At the end of the day.
Give you gold?
Well, I imagine like I don't want to carry these 12 extra coins. That's like 0.25 pounds.
That's actually true.
So every evening, Rufin shows up to where you're staying and drops arrows in your lap and goes back to his room.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's actually. Reuven does visit you quite often now.
You go to the shitty part of it. You go to the shitty end. Like
He
you stay.
actually finds the place quite easily, as he remembers what he traveled with Julius. Reminisces in the tavern hall.
Oh yeah, the guy he used to just used to come there and just he went to the back and then he came back out and was like, all right, I got some information. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. So this goes on, and the next day.
Before going to Septima, or I
Yeah.
wait until the time that we have arranged,
Yeah.
I'll spend like the early morning comprehend language reading the dragon books to see if there's any information I just want to keep to myself or if I just skip over.
Yeah.
I double check them.
Yeah.
And if I remember correctly, they were like stories about. Oh yeah, we have the handouts.
Mhm.
Let me just skim these in real life.
Yeah. I guess any money that Reuven actually. Are you giving me any money, Reuven, or is arrows?
Not yet. Not
All right.
yet.
Okay.
Yet, but just arrows, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Like just I'll just wait till you like update the sheet and depending on how much you get, and I'll just add it all to my character sheet.
Yeah, I'll tell you when the arrows are all collected. It's when
Okay,
we'll-
I
probably.
I still got like 120 pounds of wiggle room. I just want to make sure.
It should be fine. I actually lost over 100 arrows because I halved all my regular arrows.
Oh, I know. Then I was like, yeah, I'm not worrying for weights. I'll just wait till you refill it to like edit it.
Do you invite us, Uzma, to the Septima talk? You go.
Nope.
Curious if we're gonna get invited anyway, like just by Septimar.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? These are the spells I haven't today. Oh wait, I don't have read magic. Oh wait, I do have read magic.
Check your spells. Any weird things going on? Forget. That's weird.
No, I've had that for a long time.
Yeah, but why?
Because we were riding on horses just in case we got into an altercation. We could
Okay.
have that peacefully. Because I'm a good soul.
Okay. Lightning bolt, fireball, magic mirror, projectile, dimension door.
Mm-hmm.
Magic
I'm not planning on killing her. I just want to have an escape.
Yeah.
Just in case she tries to kill you.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
I can do web dimension door.
Yeah. Try how good that works.
Oh yeah, just something to have on the to-do list is probably like re-stone skin everybody.
Yeah.
Just on the to-do list and for the future.
Mhm.
Yeah. Before we head out to the next
Yeah.
thing, I wanted to do
Yeah.
it earlier. Unless
Yeah,
someone
just
becomes panicked for assassins, then sure, I'll stone
oh
skin.
yeah, I guess I forgot, but I'll heal myself today since I forgot to do it. And Ruben, how healthy are you?
Full.
Okay, we're all full then. Okay.
Alrighty, you go back to the meeting hall, and
Yeah.
as you enter, you get grabbed by one of the royal guards quickly, and he brings you to the back room. You have been expected.
Nice.
You get into the uh, waiting room. Uh, you have not been privy to the procedure that goes on when you're in the waiting room. It's just Julius who knows.
Yeah, only my characters know apparently.
And shortly after that, she opens the door and waves you inside.
I stretch. Oh, and I walk in.
And says, "Well, hello there.
Hello, hello, hello.
Have you come up with some things you wish to bargain for?"
Not really. I've mainly come to see if the information of my ropes has arrived at your desk.
Yeah. I have checked my books and I can give you the list if you want to.
Yes, I'd be very curious.
Uh, do you remember where my estate is?
I'm not quite sure I do.
I
It
will.
was an early morning. I wasn't really awake.
I will have the information delivered to your place on the honeypot, I assume.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't have it with me here, but
Yep.
that is quite the interesting thing. You're still sure you don't want to sell it?
I'm quite certain, unless you have any crazy offers. I really cannot fathom something that would be of more use for me right now. I'm gonna scratch my chin.
To be honest, neither can I. So, unless you have something specific that you really want, I don't really know what I could offer you in exchange.
Indeed. So for now, let's put that aside.
Okay.
I finished reading some books,
Mm-hmm.
and I believe I believe this is their best place to be stored rather than my extra dimensional space here. So if you don't mind, I could offload some more books from the east.
You're welcome.
Okay, I start offloading invocations and evocations.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to move these to the horse sheet. Plants and monsters, I probably want to keep that. Alchemy and dragons, mortar and pestle. I move those. Insects and how to use them. And random journals. 2 random journals.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall gathering much information off the journals.
Yeah, there wasn't really much.
Sorry?
There wasn't really much. No.
Yeah, though I assume information of past lives is always going to be useful.
Someone who is a chemical researcher might actually be interested in these journals because there is interesting thing about alchemy in them, but for a normal person. Yeah.
Some more random temple books.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all. Wait, did I fail locate creature?
Think you did?
I think I tried it before level up. Yeah, and then I didn't get to try it the second time. Yeah, that's what happened.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
The 2 dragon books you keep, or do you go away as well?
I think I want to hold on to these. Yeah, because they had information for us, because we might be like searching things. Yeah, they might give us direction.
Okay.
So I want to hold on to them. And
For the record, also the 2 dragon books you have never talked with the rest of your party with.
Have I not?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought I talked about dragons with Oliver in East. He told me about Tales.
Remember you mentioned it. I don't know if he like went into detail about it.
I think the only book that you read at that time was the Dragon and Alchemy book. So
Yeah, the only one that I remember is the like the brown dragon.
yeah.
Okay.
I could be mistaken, but that's all I recall off the top of my head.
Okay.
I just know that I have not shared them with the rest of the party, so you haven't shared it with them.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, because I only have the Harbor book, Plants and Monsters, and deities and their avatars, and like my
Oh.
books.
Okay, that's really big then. That explains a lot. That explains so much. Oh, I met your sister. She seemed quite the peculiar person.
Runs in the family.
She assured me that you are good-willed, and at the moment I am inclined to believe so. But I must ask, your chief worry is that somebody would use the divine inspirations as a tool for a power grab. We are putting quite a lot of trust into you by sharing our information exclusively to you. So, of course, I try my best to be forthcoming in things, but I hope you understand if we feel sometimes scared to indulge in conversation too much. The same worry that you have of others is, I don't understand why we wouldn't have the same worry of you.
I am in this matter one step removed from the queen.
How so?
Despite my position here, when she like gestures around, I have been tasked with this endeavor directly.
Wait, what does that mean? Are you naming
With that,
yourself
I
a
want to
as
say that I am personally entrusted by our queen to deal with the matters.
I see. It's just the way you spoke of it earlier is that maybe the queen or anyone else on the royal council would be a potential threat if they had too much access. So I'm not sure if this really smooths that stone.
If it was just the queen, I wouldn't be that worried. You're quite young, you haven't been around too much to know about the political scheming between the guilds and the fight for power. I wish to avoid that.
Easier said than done, I suppose.
Indeed. But so far we don't know about any priests that are in guild employ. I have made quite sure that everyone that shows up has to be sent to me directly. And so far I have been able to rescue them from the grips of the guilds.
I see. Though, quite obviously, your story is always going to favor yourself as the hero.
Indeed.
So, I do hope to work together. You've been a pleasure to work with this far, but all I ask for is some empathy for the worries that we might have. And please don't take it personally. It's just rational paranoia, I suppose. Paranoia is maybe a little bit too strong of a word.
It is a quality you have.
I give a smile.
I am quite happy about the fact that you and your group ended up being the ones to manage to accomplish things.
To not die. I'm quite happy with it as well.
Not die and actually get something done. There have been a few groups of useless people who managed to neither die nor get anything done. They disbanded before they managed to get anything.
These groups had priests as well.
No, they hadn't. Apart from Kiro's group, I'm not even sure if anybody actually had any spellcasters with them. There was a bunch of random wannabe hero fighter people. It's probably why they all failed, but well.
Indeed. Access to magic is a valuable thing in a barren land such as... And I kind of nudge towards the northeast, hopefully, without a direction sense proficiency, so maybe I nudge in the wrong direction.
Especially if it comes to dealing with creatures that seem to be removed from this plane of existence in some way.
Do you by any chance have access to the spell Magic Mirror?
I might, but I don't require access to the spell. Why do you ask?
Your sister, she seemed quite the powerful mage. But
Did she know?
why do you seem so surprised?
Family business.
Well, in any case, she wasn't familiar with every spell. You know, some of these are grown through hard work and experience and experimentation out in the field. And I've managed to write up this spell that lets you project an image of yourself and communicate through it. In conjunction with scrying spells, it makes communication across the entire plane a lot easier. I say that it might be helpful for our communication if you wish to chat with us in when we're away. Alternatively, as well, if there's an area that you know that I'd be able to scry upon and maybe catch you there, would be a way to converse without the trouble of coming all the way here.
In normal circumstances, you might be correct. That's just the issue with scrying in the eastern lands is a weird thing to do. Have you
I know
never
that-
tried it?
I haven't. No, unfortunately not. I haven't. Though I did notice a magical aura painting the entire sky. Is this somehow related?
Yeah. The scrying in this land is distorted. You see dust in the air, and that's about it. Sometimes shadows, if there's something to throw a shadow. But yeah. If it were that easy and we would have been able to just randomly scry on the lands to find out what's going on over there, we would have.
I suppose. Though sometimes having a familiar object to anchor yourself in the magical weave makes scrying a lot easier. So
It might potentially work, yeah. Would have to try that.
but if it doesn't interest you, I won't.
I'm definitely interested. I'm just saying it doesn't really. It potentially might be rather useless with communicating with you if you are over there. But if you're willing to trade spells, I'm more than interested.
Just remember it as a favor, I guess. I'm not really looking for anything specific right now.
Okay.
Maybe someday I'll come and ask. But yeah, I bought some pen and paper and make her a learning copy of Project Self. I cast my read magic thing for it, I think.
Would you mind showing me the spell?
Sure.
I like to see things in action to better understand them.
I take some steps back and I kind of close my eyes. And before casting a spell, I kind of like look at her with my thing in case she's trying some crazy shit right now.
She's standing there and watching you.
And then I say, this will be a simple demonstration, but this projection can be made through any vision range. So, as mentioned before, in conjunction with scrying, extremely useful. And then I focus on the spell. And project an image of myself like 2 meters ahead of me. And then converse in my kind of yellowish, hollowy, ghostly figure of myself. Any contact will break the spell, is the first thing I say. So, surprising people with the projection might end the spell early.
You can actually look at yourself,
Oh, true.
which might
I
be a
look at
bit weird.
myself.
You are standing there, eyes. You don't have to turn around because you have the rope, so you can look at your face if you want to.
True.
Which I think you never really had the chance to look at so closely if you wish to.
I don't really concentrate on it.
And as you talk, you have this weird effect. Did you hear yourself talking? And with a very, very Right, that's really a delay if you're just 2 meters away. Well, no, but like, you're talking like simultaneously from 2 different points in the room, which gives a weird effect to your voice.
It actually probably sounds kind of cool.
Hmm.
I'm harmonizing with myself.
Harmonizing with yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah.
kind of.
She looks at your real body, your projected body, and turns her head and scratches her chin and says, "Interesting, interesting. This might actually be quite a useful spell. Where did you come up with that one?"
It's a long story. Not something I want to get into right now.
Aren't you usually like the transmuter type? Doesn't seem like a transmutation that much.
Indeed. I am a master mage of all the schools, especially at transmutation, though it shouldn't be, my ability to cast spells of other schools shouldn't be undermined, as there are many a diviner who are less divine than myself.
Most diviners I know are most definitely not divine, so
These,
although they might at times have it in their head that they are God's blessing to the surf, or I don't know.
what many of these other wizards have in specialization in schools, they lack in mere intelligence. So it is not uncommon to find, or I should rephrase, you can expect future research into all the different schools of magic by me to triumph those of other mages, even in their specialized school. It is only but a matter of time.
Well, someone has a high opinion of himself.
Well, of course, I have to. I've been to the east. I've spoken with priests. I've defeated countless horrors. How could I not by now?
Well, make sure that it doesn't break your neck at some point.
I think it already has.
Oh well. As long as you stay alive, I think that's fine.
Yep.
And she takes a step forward and like whooshes through your protection.
Yep. Yep. I go to write the spell for her.
She watches you write it down. You technically can see her as you're sitting there and writing something. Do you pay attention to what she's doing? Or?
Yeah, I look at her a little bit. I don't. Yeah, I'm not concentrating on her, but I am keeping her in my awareness.
You can see her like. Seems like she's like going through some motions, kind of
turn around,
mimicking your. You don't need to turn around. You can see her.
Oh, true.
If you want to turn around, you can. But
Okay.
she seems to be like thinking about something and going through the motions, which remind you slightly of the semantic components of your spell.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I had.
She will, as you go to leave, she will give you a few bags of gold.
Yeah. How many?
16.
Bags of gold. Actually, I can probably just write this on my sheet now.
Yes, 800 gold pieces.
800 GP. Holy shit. Okay.
A lot.
Yep.
Yeah, totally.
I,
Pretty penny.
I do a cool dance move and then I head out.
All right.
I spin.
You spin and head out and go back to your room.
Yep. And then I'll magic mirror near, see where she's at right now.
She is somewhere on the road.
Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, never mind.
What do you do for the rest of the day? Do you just sit in the honeypot? Oh.
I think I'll try to go look for Oliver and then help him out in his charity work. He was at the temple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm already proficient in that, so I'll go help Oliver with first aid and healing. I'll teach him how to do things and make sure that he's not screwing anything up, just to try to repair any bad blood.
Alrighty. So you spend the rest of the day healing people, cleaning wounds, changing bandages,
Fun
washing,
stuff.
watching people die.
The fun stuff.
Yeah. And at night you return to your respective sleeping places.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rufin, when do you return to the honeypot?
He probably spends probably a couple hours every day to deal with the arrows, and possibly also some amount of hours, or like an hour or so, goes to I think her name was Helen. Yeah, and goes talks with her, maybe for an hour, and then comes back.
All right.
Early evening.
Okay. Yeah. So both of you, you arrive earlier, and Osmar, you arrive later. Rufin, after you have been in, do you like stay in your room, doing pillow fort stuff, or are you going bathroom with Kitty?
At first day, definitely we have like before dinner we have a nice spa.
Yeah, just the third day.
Oh yeah, we enjoy ourselves.
Okay. So you're probably in the bathhouse.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you miss it. All right. Osmar, you arrive later and go to your room, I assume.
Oh yeah. Also, during the time that I'm working with Oliver, I mentioned that Septima paid us 800 gold, which means his share is 800 divided by 3. Osmar
830 something.
Osmar
No,
doesn't.
less.
Osmar doesn't say what the gold number. He says 800 divided by 3 because simplifying is for first graders.
266 gold and 6 silver pieces, with 6 copper pieces repeating.
Yep. We can call it 270.
Alrighty.
So come to pick that up.
I'll take. Yeah, okay. I'll just do 270, and then I gotta do some math from there. All right, so round that up to 68.
How much do you need to tithe? 10% or?
10%, but I'm doing more. I'm doing 25.
Okay, how much do you
Why
give
is it
away?
gonna divide in? Yeah, I'm just doing math right now.
Okay.
Oh, wrong thing. 270 minus
actually-
68 or minus 70.
Actually,
I'll give
I give him 30 more gold and say tithe for me as well. Consider that a tithing of mine.
All right, so you guys can keep 100 or 200, and I'll take 100 for tithing. Then my debt is now only 152.
Okay, so you give away 100 gold pieces.
Yeah, I give away 100 gold pieces. 70 for me, 30 for Ismar. Then I have them to keep the 200 share that I would have gotten. So I'm only now 152 in debt.
Okay.
I can almost pay it off with what I currently have on hand. Good thing there's no interest I have to worry. There's no compounded interest I have to worry about. I don't have like a 15% APR.
Lucky. Alright. Osmar, as you go to your room, after a while you notice that you are very calm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I presume I'll see her in the morning, so I don't worry about it.
Okay. So you go to sleep.
Yeah.
You too have dreamless sleeps and wake up very relaxed. Oliver, you have normal sleep. If you want to dream, you can,
Alright.
but nothing really interesting happens to you.
He's battling dragons and with a giant spear.
Gigasphere.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, as you have predicted from the change in your mood in the morning, as you go to get breakfast, you see a familiar face sitting at one of the tables. A certain black-haired, dark-robed half-elf.
It is about time we've met, me and Near.
Hello, Osma. Why are you friends?
I look left, right. Do I see Reuben here?
Reuben.
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, he came down normal breakfast.
Oh yeah, Reuben probably met Near first because I was
Nope.
preparing spells.
If he goes down earlier than you.
Yeah.
How long do you need to prepare spells?
40, 80, 90 minutes. No.
But you also get up like really early and don't you
Yeah.
wake up and go study.
Yeah. 100 minutes.
Yeah.
Initiative?
Yeah, let's roll. Who goes first?
Well,
The most important initiative.
rolling d10s.
Nia goes down at 5.
Uh-oh. I go down at 8.
Bam.
Ooh.
Oh, Reuven's down first.
Reuven, are you even still there when she comes down, or are you already out checking for arrows?
That's true. That's true. He's probably going for his morning arrow routine to see if the others. He doesn't really understand the blacksmith stuff, so he's going every time doing a full round.
Yeah.
Are you free today?
He goes like 3 times a day.
Possibly.
Yeah, actually,
it's-
there's a second blacksmith that has time now.
Amazing. Okay.
Another blacksmith to harass.
Yeah, we'll add today as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Later, you can just tell me how many days I had. How many?
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
With one blacksmith working was 4 days.
No, I'm counting arrow days. So
Okay.
tomorrow you will have been able to pick up 28 arrows if you pick up arrows tomorrow. So far you have gotten 14 extra arrows.
Okay.
Yeah. Osmar Nia. Osmar, you find Nia sitting downstairs as you come down. Reuven's not to be seen.
Right. I walk up to her and say, I ask the barkeep for my breakfast. And then I look to Near and ask if she would like to join me in my room for conversation.
Yeah, we can go upstairs if you want to.
I take my soup or porridge and I walk upstairs. And I open the door for her. I tip my fedora.
Yeah. Milady. Yeah, she goes inside, looks around, and then takes one of the chairs and sits down and says, "What is it we have to talk about?"
Not necessarily have to, but I think since we've worked together before, like to share some of the notes that I found on my journeys. I ruffle through my bag, or I guess I don't ruffle through it. I reach into my bag, and then I straighten the papers against like table. I chop, and then I hand her my notes from the book of deities
Mhm.
and say, "Have a read."
The notes are written in common.
Yep, my notes. Yep.
Yeah. She grabs the pages and starts reading away.
I watch her read.
So weird. Your eyes close as you're watching her.
Yeah, she didn't
Nothing's-
really mention it. So
Yeah, nothing's weird.
with Nia, everything is weird. Let's be real.
Yeah, I just find that especially when you're watching someone read.
Oh yeah. She flips through the pages, like quickly gross reading some things. So that's quite the interesting things you have found here. Where did you get them?
There was a book out in the east. I mentioned before, this is the original mission that the Royal Council sent us on. We managed to uncover some information. I suppose clerics were more common back in the day. Back when it was still a kingdom of civilization.
She like has a weird facial expression. Is that
Any new
so?
information for you?
It depends on what you mean with new.
Did you find a perspective on your own deity that you hadn't seen before, or has this been directly communicated to you before?
She kind of stares at your face and says, my deity and I have been talking about things. I am well aware of who they are and what they want.
Really?
Yes.
From what I read, nobody really knew who they were.
And I would never tell you.
I see. Have you spent, or the previous times that we've met, we've gone on undead hunting. Is that still your occupation, or do you endeavor and do you dabble in other kinds of endeavors?
I've been dealing with a few more infestations.
You wouldn't want to try your hand at the orcs or anything east?
I go where I'm directed. And so far, neither the orcs nor the eastern lands have been my hunting grounds, or whatever you want to call it.
Have you been in contact with Septima at all, the advisor to the Royal Council?
No, I haven't.
I see. She seems to believe that she's in conversation with all of the clerics of the land. I give a shrug.
Most of them, maybe. We don't even know how many there are, so how would she be able to give absolute statements?
I'm not sure what kinds of magic she has access to.
If she is an advisor to the Royal Council, I assume she has access to all the guild channels, so if anyone pops up somewhere in there.
Probably.
I left my position before revealing myself.
Would you care to have a look at this book? I pull out the Hag Tome.
Mm-hmm.
Do you sense similar evil?
Similar to the Book of the Undead?
Yep.
No.
Hmm.
This just seems to be a... do you hand it to her?
Yeah.
She like opens it up and like flips through the pages, and it says just seems to be some sort of magic book, isn't it?
Well, I kind of move my head back and forth. I'm not sure if I'm not sure what you mean by magic book.
Isn't this magical script times here?
Well, yeah, but it's not really describing a spell. It's not like a spell book, though the book is magical. I'm not sure. It seems that the paladin that we now walk with got... I'm not sure what the phrase is. Excited about the book, in a, I guess, negative term.
A paladin?
Mm.
What exactly does this person do?
I pull out some of my notes that I presumed she had read, and then I point to the parts. It seems that most these deities, they don't only have clerics, but they have these things described as paladins as well, some sort of warriors, but strongly linked, unable to... I guess their character kind of gets taken from them. They get less choices to make as humans, and seems like it's a little bit more strict. I presume this was maybe what you were, but I'm not super familiar with the categorization of your kind.
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. I think there's deities where the difference is more or less.
Have you seen Wiglaf since?
I haven't, no.
Okay. And you're alive and well, so I presume you haven't run into any more trouble where you'd need our help? Not that we'd necessarily be able to provide it right now.
I
Even if that
don't
was-
think so. If you keep checking on me, I could let you know if there's something came up.
I can't make a promise of consistency, but I'll try to check in when I have the time. It's quite a resourceful spell, so if we're out doing something ourselves, it'll be tough.
Yeah. If you're deep into the Eastern lands, I assume you couldn't come here on short notice anyways, right?
Yep.
But at the moment I seem to be on par with the problems around.
That's good to hear. Well, if my memory serves me right, I don't think that You possess the same healing abilities that Wiglaf does.
I don't.
Maybe this might help you in your travels. I give her a wacky egg. It's a bit rough to eat. Probably have to consume it with the eggshells and all, but it provides a decent amount of healing in a pinch.
Well, thank you. I don't have anything to give you in exchange.
No worries. Your previous service is enough.
She gives you like a slight bow with the head.
I nod at her.
Is there anything else we need to discuss?
There's the book. You said that was fine. There's the... Nothing else really comes to mind. So, you're free to leave.
As as it comes to the Book of the Undead, my deity isn't quite clearly talking with me about what exactly is going on, but through the answers I got from my prayers, I think this might have been a artifact of another deity that has been corrupted.
Interesting. I didn't know that deities could be corrupted.
I don't think they can. Artifacts that they leave behind?
Oh, okay.
It's a different question.
I see.
If you, in your travels, come across anything that reminds you of something that I can't quite put this into words. Maybe if we get a clear picture of what deity is behind the creation of the item, we might find a path forward to destroying it.
Perhaps. Well, we can rule out probably 2. So that leaves 6. Have access to Cleric of 1. It's a shame I don't have very many priestly friends, so
Indeed.
even if we were to manage to find the divine that this falls under, it could be a challenge, a whole new to find someone of their representatives. But indeed, something to consider.
Do you know how many of my brothers and sisters have been sighted?
What do you mean by brothers and sisters?
Other priests or paladins or...
So not necessarily of the same god. I'm not sure. I've seen 3 in addition to you, and I know that Wiglaf was speaking to 1. So that would be 4 plus you. Wait, have I seen 3? 1, 2, 3, yeah. Wiglip was speaking to 1 in Low Bay. So that's 4 plus you. So not even 1 to cover all the gods.
Well, maybe your friend in high places has a better knowledge of what's going on in the lands. Maybe she could give us some sort of an answer.
I'll bring it up the next time we converse. Though as the books stayed safe, I don't find the matter very pressing, and I'll probably take on other tasks before that.
I assume that nobody goes there on a regular basis. And as long as no powerful wizards find out that it exists, I assume it's safe.
I nod.
At least. Well, I would at least notice if something is going on with the book, so if somebody were to steal it, I would at least know.
The door is still sealed, correct?
As sealed as it was when we got there the first time.
Alright. You're still able to sense the book's presence?
Yes. It is a constant thorn in my side.
Well, I hope you manage that.
Managing thorns in my side is one of my many special abilities.
Though I believe we've covered all subject matter here, and I would have things to attend to. So,
Well, I will be staying here for a few days. If something comes up, let me know. As I wish you a pleasant stay.
I give a nod, and I open the door for her.
She come without much further talk, goes back downstairs, sits down on the table, looks into the distance a bit. If you stay, you can watch her or not.
No, I shut the door and go back into my room.
Okay.
Study.
Alright. What do you study?
I think back to the confirmation that Oliver gave me, and I pull out the Necromancer book, and
What necromancer book?
one that we got from the bandits.
The spell
And
book.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I flip my way to clairvoyance, and thanks to Nier, my hands are not trembling. I'm staying calm.
And you now have an 85% chance to learn the spell
I reach into
out of 70.
my bag of holding. I pull out some good luck charms.
Mm-hmm.
And then in Nier's aura, I try to learn the spell.
Yeah.
I start my studies.
You start your studies. Alright.
You've-
How long?
Is this your fourth time trying to learn the spell?
6th.
Okay.
How long does your study take?
Is it 3d2? 4 days.
4 days. I assume you will let Reuven know that you take a few days to study,
Yep.
and he should inform Oliver.
If you let me know, he will. I was just about to say he'll probably come to interrupt you for money, but if you inform him in advance,
I can give you money.
yeah, he'll take, I don't know, a bunch.
How
I'll
much?
ask for a bunch,
A bunch.
a large amount. Yeah.
I give him 200 gold.
Okay.
All right. What's your what's your range that you want to roll? Do you want to roll high or low?
I want to roll low. 1, 2. Your mom.
Yeah, that's a 52. So
That's a success.
Nice. Big.
You just need to learn all your spells and range of near.
all right.
True.
So
Yeah.
what's the rest of the party doing for the next 4 days?
I mean, I guess I'll probably meet up with Ruin. Will probably meet up with me at some point and let me know.
Yeah. He'll be delivering arrows to you.
Just carrying bundles of arrows while you're moving real slow.
It's probably like 21 at a time, so there's one handful of arrows just every day.
I'm like, after like the second one, do you just want me to come with you?
Do you want to?
I
You're
mean,
taking me a long time. It's fine. I can find you.
okay. Who's more find out anything?
I think he talked with Nier. I'm not sure, but he said he'll take time with learning magic.
Okay.
Many day apparently. So
Hmm.
we're staying here for a bit.
Okay. Where do you think we should go from here? You said you were interested in the orcs, right? As well.
He kind of shrugged. There was one time where he he gets sad. A companion I talked about before. His remains were staggered by these orcs, at least trudged. So I'm not looking very fondly at them. And if you think they should be dealt with, we also had another person we met once, was apparently, as I understand it, half orc and half human. I remember him hating orcs quite a bit. So I understand it if we want to, make them stop.
I think it's worth at least looking into them a bit more. I don't know if they all agree with what the way their kind is going.
What do you think we should do?
At least attempt to see if they're all the same.
He's
And if so, then we have to deal with them. At least I think.
I think I know where their or general location of camp should be. I think we can head right to it after we leave Barrios.
All I know is that it's in about the forest, and they don't attack the same city, the same village twice in a row.
He nods. I don't think need to, I guess, worry about attackers. We can just go to their home straight away.
Why not? Yeah. I would like to meet Near though. It's I haven't like I've met another one of. I gotta look around to make sure no one's like listening. Like another one of I guess like someone like me.
Would you like to come? I think she's at the resting place now.
Oh, the expensive one.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I can go, or I can go out there and meet him outside.
You come in, have a drink. I pay.
Uh, I guess I'll pay. If it's for a purpose, at least. I'll pay. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So she like I don't think I've heard much about her aside from that. So was she interested in any way?
Hmm. It, you can see him frown. She is. I guess it's not good to talk behind someone's back, but she is troubled. Um, she has magic ability to make everyone around her very calm and
Mm.
put away worries and such. But from what I remember, if she didn't have it, he makes a facial expression of like, yikes, but doesn't say anything. Uh, but other than that, she's a very strong warrior, has her own magic items, is very competent companion, helped us a lot. Without her, there would have been at least one chance where we could have all died.
It'd be good to meet them then.
Yeah, he brings
Yeah,
all of them along.
yeah.
All right.
So I gotta
Where do you meet her now?
probably at the honey pot, I assume.
Okay. So you go.
Like say unless she moved or whatever.
She's there relaxing, doing something. Who really knows what's going on in her brain, you know?
Yeah, true. We're just gonna like stand at the door for a second, be like feel very disappointed, and then pay the 1 gold entry fee.
Surprisingly, standing at the door, you don't really feel disappointed.
Yeah, it's just like it's sort of like when you have a what they called like a I forgot the phrase, but like an unbreakable, like an immovable object and a unrelenting force. Just like hit each other with like two gods of magic fighting against each other.
Yeah, you know that this is kind of
There's a reason I'm doing it. I'm not doing this for
a
luxury.
weird investment.
Yeah, there's a reason. I'm not doing it for no
Mhm.
reason.
Yeah, you can enter and you see the person that you have seen a drawing of. She looks very much like the drawing, at least the face.
Yeah, weirdly good drawing from Usmar.
Uh, it's half
Like,
elf,
do you
so she's slightly smaller than most people. She has black hairs. She has a black robe on. Pale face. Not much expression in her face either. Doesn't react to
alright.
you entering. So
Yeah, I'll be like I guess like Ruben, do you want to come with me or?
Yeah, Ruben probably is right next to you.
Yeah, so I'll go walk up to her then and be like, do you mind if I take a seat?
she turns around and looks at you, and then sees Reuven standing next to you and says, "Hello, Reuven.
Hello,
I
Niar.
haven't seen you in quite a while. Who's your friend?"
This is Oliver,
"Hello, Oliver.
our companion.
Hello.
I think Usma told me about you."
Yeah, so Usmar gave me a drawing of you.
"Charming. What brings you here?"
Oh, I just wanted to introduce myself. I heard a bit about you, but a lot more going on than, talking about that sort of stuff.
She looks around and says, "Is there something we need to talk about in private?"
Uh, I look around. I guess it couldn't hurt. I know it can get a little. Some people get a little sensitive about it.
We should be the people who are sensitive about it.
Hmm.
As she stands up and motions you to follow her.
Yeah, I follow her.
Brings you upstairs to the second large room. Ruven, do you follow them or do you get the fuck out?
Unless they want me to, Ruben will stay behind.
Yeah, I don't stop you, but if you don't want to stay behind, you can stay.
No, I think Ruben like unless called will stay in the inn room.
I'll ask you about it as you're like, you're staying there. Like, oh, you don't want to, you staying, Ruben?
Uh, do you want me to come? I don't really know about your, your stuff's conversation. You can leave me here. You two go. Unless
If you want to, there's always you gotta start somewhere.
he kind of shrugs. Nah. You know how I feel about your things.
Yeah, no worries. Just wanted to make sure.
You two go and talk. And yeah, Ruben will stay getting a drink and goes to his own inn room with Kitty.
You play pillow for it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a permanent pillow fort in this room, so
They God, I can't wait till they cast we smart get time to cast permanency on the pillow fort. We get a +1 pillow fort.
all right. Yeah, you head to Nia's room with her.
Yeah. Yeah, like once we get inside, I'll be like, oh, so what do you normally do? I guess don't really know how this stuff work. How you work? We all work normally.
I mainly hunt undeads. I get instructed by my deity and go there and deal with the problem.
I guess
What
it
do
all
you
works
do?
sort of. Sort of have a big task and then other tasks that pop up on occasion. Big one at the moment is finding a temple out east. Ruin and a ruined city out there. Fairly close to finding it at this point. Aside from that, we recently just dealt with the hag in the eastern part of the forest, the eastern forest.
Ah, good to know.
Yeah, after I met with my deity, and that's what she told me to do, and had a bit of a conundrum there, but it was dealt with. Aside from that, helping out when I can.
What does met my deity mean to you?
Oh, my goddess.
And what does meeting her mean?
Uh, I met her.
In your dreams?
No, like in the woods. Like she touched me and I talked to her.
Huh.
The third time I've met her now, 3 times.
That is interesting. I've not yet heard about meeting your deities in person. What?
Yes, I mean she was a white stag. Talked like a very everything was like just made sense if that makes sense.
Weirdly enough, it does. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think if there's one thing that is the same for every single one of us, then it is that it is not really comprehensible, but it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and then she deemed me a champion, I guess. Or her champion.
What is so special about you?
Hmm? Uh, I'll think for a moment. Not entirely sure.
From what I heard and what I put together in this short interaction we have is that there's something different about you than every other one I met so far.
I mean, have you met another follower of Myrland?
No,
Maybe we're all
but
just the same. Maybe we're all the same.
but also I have never met one that has interacted with the deity directly.
Really? Huh. You don't talk, communicate.
We communicate, but it is mostly through dreams and omens.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever had that. More so like a pulling when things happen, but aside from that, usually like I meet her and she tells me to do some things, to do something. Gives me tips, advice. Information surrounding it if I ask. Give me more information about what happened out east, or the reason behind it.
What did you learn?
Something, an enormous wrong happened out there. That's about as much as I asked. I didn't feel like to ask further. But I am to let the people know where they came from and let the people who want to return return.
Did you ever wonder what happened? If we take these stories for true, that people like us have existed 1,000 years ago, and then within 1,000 years, any memory of people like us has vanished into the realm of fairy tales.
Haven't thought about it much. No real reason to, though. Just gotta do the best we can to make sure everyone remembers 1,000 years from now. If everything goes well, we can avoid what happened 1,000 years ago.
Well, the question would be, what if everything goes well?
Then I'll be better, hopefully.
Are you being pulled right now?
Am I being pulled? Am I? I don't think so, if I remember correctly.
Nah.
Yeah, no, I shake my head now. Not at the moment.
What is it that you're planning to do now? Do you feel aimless?
No, not at all. I'll deal with the orcs, see if I can get an amicable response from them, and if not, then I'll see if me and my companions can deal with them, and then we'll go out east. And I have a fairly We have a fairly good idea of where the city is, and then we'll do what I've been told to do. There should be lots more information there based on the details I've gotten. Then I'll I don't know. We got plans to do what to do in the future. Always more stuff to do. Always more people to help. More things to accomplish.
You seem to be a happy person.
You gotta try your best. It's always easier to live happily when you're living with purpose.
Is there anything else that you want to ask me?
Uh, hmm. Nothing in particular, I guess. What's your favorite food?
Good question. I don't really have an answer.
I guess do you have a purpose? Or if you do you know what yours is?
To serve my deity.
I think that might be the difference between us then.
Might be.
I think I was chosen because my purpose and my deity's purpose lined up. Rather than the being picked out just to serve.
I'm rather certain that I haven't been picked out just to serve.
So, well, it sounded like that was your purpose.
No, that's just... Well... That is my purpose now. But the reason why I was picked out to serve isn't because I had a purpose. It's probably because I didn't.
Well, I wish you the best in your purpose then. Hopefully we can meet some other times when we're both more free. Well, I guess like while we're in town, I'll give them the end that where I'm staying at.
If nothing else comes up for me and you're heading to deal with the orcs, which, while I admire your positivity that you might be able to reason with them, I wouldn't bet on it.
I'm not either, but have to give a good fourth effort.
If I'm still in town and you need another hand, I might be willing to come with you.
I'm sure Usmar and Reuben will let you know when we're leaving. Oh, I guess one more thing. You said you were interested in undead. There were some weird undead in the east.
Describe them.
Yeah, I'll give them the description. It's like they, at least some of the writing that Usmar wrote, they seemed to like rise up every night, like when the sun went away. But they seem to be the bodies of the people that live there, the old citizens. always in like
White.
dark passages with like have like
Yeah.
a cold aura around them whenever you got close to them.
They are the
Oh, and a giant skeleton with a fireball and it's and a fight with a fire in its stomach.
that must be some weird magical invention. The
Yeah, and just a bunch of
others,
normal
they
skeletons.
are the dead people you saw. They are naturally occurring, although the reason why is not something you really want to know.
Mm.
It goes very, very much goes along with something really bad happened.
That
A
checks out with
terrible
everything else
wrong.
we know.
Yeah.
Well, I won't take up any more of your time.
If you want to know more about them, I can let you know. But
Else? Yeah, I think we can like sort of like off-screen talk about it.
mhm.
I don't know like how much detail she's gonna give to it. I imagine a lot since that's what she does.
yeah, she will let you know that they have the ability to drain your life force.
Ooh.
Level drain in mechanics.
Oh, okay. Oh wow.
God damn! Every
We-
single one of those was
We were so close to getting so fucked. Holy shit. We
Um,
were just so nonchalantly fighting them the whole time.
yeah, I
Bone
just
skin, baby.
let you know every single time that something weird is going on, and you just didn't really care. Well,
I thought I was like, oh, we're fine.
and
guys.
they
Let's go back. See the level train. I rolled that one on my D10. We're going back and we're level training.
and they dislike light. That's
Okay.
why you usually find them in the dark, either somewhere in a
I
dark
gotcha.
place, and if they manage to murder someone, that someone raises as a white again.
Okay. Oh, we got pretty lucky then, overall. In hindsight.
Big at Chad.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a ton of them over there, though. Feel like in every building there was some. And apparently the city we're planning on going to next. I'm checking my notes because I don't remember the name exactly. I want to make sure I know it. Holgathar. That's where there's more danger but more reward.
Holgafar.
Yeah, I nod. They're supposed to find something in a temple there.
The name. It has the same part of a word in it as the god of destruction.
Might have been his city at one point.
Maybe.
I don't know how they did things back then. Maybe like one city for each deity. I don't know. I shrug.
Well, I hope you don't find an untimely end in this place.
I hope so as well. But it is what I was tasked to do, and what I shall at least attempt to go out and do.
Best of luck.
Oh, I guess if you know anyone that needs a disease cured, let me know. We can do it once a week.
I think she can do it herself. But let me quickly check.
I can imagine. I think it's just under healing. A
Is it
healing sphere, I
healing?
think. It's healing or all. I don't remember.
Oh, she clearly can't do it.
Oh, she can.
No, she cannot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I'll let her know that I can do that.
She will let you know if something comes up.
Yeah.
If you need a curse removed, just let her know.
Hers is she can do it way more frequently than I can.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll let you be on your way in case you get a call in.
She knows.
Now I'll get out and say my goodbyes. Head back down to Reuven.
Reuven, are you still in the honeypot, or have you left to go annoy blacksmiths?
Probably that.
So I probably go back down to the common room to see Reuven's left.
Oh no, you went to your room. You are in your room.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We never found out the name of that city, did we? Huh. I'm just thinking out loud, like, because it's like, yeah, that is actually the case. Where like the god of the void, Thanathar, is it's very similar to. It has like at least the suffix of Holgathar.
There were a lot of names of cities in the dragon thing.
Yeah, I was just wondering if they were actually named after the deities or not, like to some extent.
I don't know, but you can check.
Yeah,
Oh
the
wait, the
books.
dragon thing isn't released to everyone. Sorry. That's
Yeah,
right.
no, I can't check. Yeah, no,
We
it was.
have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, at some point when I get the chance to share, I will. But
All right, yeah. So I think I'm done here for now with the Nier.
So you are hanging around for a few more days.
Yeah.
And what is this, like 1, 2, 3, 4. On the next Monday, Osmar, you have finished learning clairvoyance.
yes.
And Reuven, you have been able to pick up 84 silver arrows.
Is that from
Oh.
day 1 to day 2, the final?
84 plus 30. So
Plus the
plus the initial. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So 84. You say?
Yeah.
114 more.
Yeah. 114 broadhead and 30 bodkin. Or what it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 84. Gotcha.
Yeah, that would actually be very interesting if I accidentally picked that up. But it's accidentally not. If she was the one who picked it up.
I mean, it's the resident undead hunter, so if anybody knows something, it's probably her.
Well, no, what I was saying, the name, I was like, wait, that sounds very similar to her deity name. I was saying, like, as I was saying, it was like,
Oh, no,
the name, like, it's
no,
very
no.
similar. Oh, the undead stuff. Yeah. I wouldn't pick that up, but like, it was more the naming thing. I'm like, wait, when I was looking up the name again, like, because I had it written down, I'm like, wait, it's very similar to her deity's name.
She
We have written down.
specifically said the god of destruction,
Oh, okay.
which is
Oh, so it's
Kaskatar.
Kazgathar. Oh, I see. They just both have Aether, but Kazgathar. Oh, okay.
Honestly,
dude.
that suffix doesn't sound like a name. Like, I feel like if it was a... Maybe this is because I'm an English speaker. But I feel like... No, I feel like in most languages, if they wanted to take that part of the god, like, it would make more sense for them to take, like, the first half of the god's name.
I have no idea.
It feels pretty weird to take the last half, I think. I think har is just like a normal ending of words in that language.
Yeah, maybe Har, but not Gathar.
I think it is.
I have no idea. We're talking about made up shit.
Excuse me.
Well, at least in like the reason I was thought of that is because I know like in Babylonian mythology that was a thing where like each city had like a deity. That was like a thing they did.
Babylon.
Yeah,
I
like
guess-
Babel, like yeah.
At the beginning of the day that the next day after you've done with your spell research or spell learning, Reuven will come to ask you if you're leaving or if he should keep on pestering those blacksmiths.
You have to go this morning to pick up the arrows from the last day, so you have to go there anyways. But do
Well, I
you
think
order
he's
more?
asking if he should reorder this day as well.
I think for future spell learning, I'd have to go to Torrega, so I'd like to leave in any case.
Reuven says that's totally okay. He has enough arrows for now.
Then the next question is, what do we want to do? So I'd have. I'm not in a hurry to learn stuff, but I kind of have some stuff that I could do. You know, as I was reading the Hag's book, I realized that there were some spells that I skipped on earlier in my life. Now to only recognize that they'd actually be quite handy for the tasks that we take. Specifically designed against destroying undead. But it'll probably take me a week or some more to learn that. I don't know how hurried you guys feel.
Just you two talking at the moment.
Oh, really?
Oh, because you guys are in the. I assume you guys are in the honey
Oh,
pot,
yeah,
and I left.
true.
You guys
Well,
been
I
like
say
4
you
days.
guys to Reuven.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess Reuven responds and says, "Well, it seems like Oliver quite wanted to go deal with these orcs."
I scratch my head. He's always in a rush to somewhere.
It's true, but maybe. I guess if we don't have anything else to do besides if we deal with those orcs, he seems like he can.
Oh, I probably would have told Reuven during one of the days that he gave you the arrows. Like, yeah, if we're gonna deal with the orcs, some like Nero, come with us.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh,
I would have,
yeah.
I would have let you, I would have let you know during like one of the, because like you left them, you were in your pillow fort, and I assume you we probably met up one day to give me more arrows.
Yeah, totally. Next day.
Yeah. So I would have mentioned that to you, like yeah, if we're going sometime soon, like Nero, come with us.
Reuven tells that to Osma as well.
Why is Nier coming with us?
I do not know. I introduced Oliver to Tunjar, and they had some chat in her room.
That's interesting, because I think I brought up the orcs to Nier as well, but she didn't seem that interested. Oliver must have said something. Those darn paladins.
Those darn holy people and their words, words of like,
Darn
reason.
17 charisma. What the fuck?
goddamn, using like words and shit to talk to people instead of like knowledge and debate and like using those
Oh, wait. Quick meme.
Mm-hmm.
During the days that I was studying, could I have counted the hag gold bags?
Yeah. You could have looked in them and noticed that all the coins are platinum coins.
holy shit.
Oh my god.
And that there is 20 gemstones as well. 16
Christ.
gems, sorry, 16.
All right, so we have like 16 gems and like 16 gems and like fucking how much platinum? Like
Was it
at least like 1,000
1,000?
platinum, like 1,000 platinum or something.
It's 2,000.
Oh, 2,000 platinum. Jeez.
What is 2,000 platinum?
It's so
20 grand?
so one platinum is 10 gold. That's 20,000 gold. And 16 gems, which are probably going to be like 1 to 500 a piece, like 50 to 500 on average, each.
Net worth just doubled moment.
Yeah, true. I guess that's what happens when you kill a beast that's probably been around for like a long time. That's subjugated the ogres in the area.
We have a lot of gemstones as well, but this thing had gemstones as well. Unironically, net worth just doubled. I can build a wizard laboratory now.
You're gonna have to give a good cut of that to old paladin boy, though.
No, I only tied 10% of my share. I don't take you guys a share.
True.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's minimum 10% for me, and then so it's what? That's gonna be like only like what is it, like a couple, only like 1,000 gold gets tithed, okay?
Yep.
We could
Plus whatever the
buy-
gems are worth.
We could each buy a fancy carriage. Each. That's 5 grand each. Yeah.
Get that commissioned.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't start lying now. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't start lying now. You're probably right.
I'll be finally out of debt finally. Holy shit.
Uh-oh.
Well, Reuven doesn't even know anything.
Yeah, only Usmar knows, but yeah. Of all
Yeah,
through
that's why
Usmar's
it's so
decision.
tempting to lie, but I probably won't. We'll see what happens.
You gotta get the fucking gemstones identified anyway.
Yeah.
So what do we do, Usmar? Are you okay
Mm,
with going today?
I'd really like to at least make a trip to Tarrega real quick, but I could catch up to you guys. I need to offload some stuff. I'm quite heavy.
Ah, yes. Here is all the money back, and he gives you 103 gold.
Okay.
103.
Yeah, I think I could just scry on you guys and fly to you, and I could catch up to you guys if you guys really want to rush now and not drop off in Tarrega.
I guess we can go and ask Oliver.
Even possibly. They're orcs. You guys can probably even deal with that on your own. You don't even maybe need me. Maybe I would just take time off to study.
Flash forward to us getting like surrounded by 50 orcs. I mean, like, man, I'd be like a fireball right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you haven't casted stones again in any others, right?
No.
Okay.
He's been, yeah, we don't really have the time yet.
Well, we should probably we could probably find Oliver and have this conversation together. Probably bad to hold information. Can you go find them? I have to have a quick chat with Reynard.
Who lives in Tarega?
It's fine. I have magic.
Okay. I go. He'll go to bring Oliver here. Oliver probably not wanting to enter.
Yeah, I'll probably just wait outside. Like, we can just,
Well,
like,
I say to Ruben, it'll take me an hour,
Okay.
and I go into my room to call Reynard.
You project yourself forward into this door.
I take necessary precautions if I see that there are people there. I make sure that nobody dispels my thing.
Do you scry before?
Yep. I mean, I have to scry before. Because it projects on vision.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
I have to
All
see
right.
first. That's why it takes me an hour to magic mirror.
Okay. So you scry and project yourself. There is nobody in the store at the moment, so you can project yourself next to the counter if you want to.
Yep. A little bit away so it can't reach me.
Okay.
And I initiate the conversation with, "Don't touch me or I get dispelled."
No touchy.
Uh,
Osmar, how
Reynard,
did you come here?
this is just a spell I've been working on. Finally got it to work some time ago. Listen, I might be headed to Tarrega. I was wondering if I need to purchase Wall of Fire or No Alignment from Barrios, or do you have it in your store?
Good question. Where do we have him? Here's Reynard. What are you looking for?
Wall of Fire and No Alignment.
What level are they?
No Alignment is level 2, Wall of Fire is level 4. I think Wall of Fire is PHB. I'm not sure what No Alignment is.
No alignment is PHB.
Nice.
Wall of Fire is PHP as well. Cool.
He
it is level 4. I always
does
thought that was higher.
not have no alignment.
Oh, is Wall of Fire the one you can reverse?
I don't know if you mean reverse.
Oh, no, Wall of Ice is a separate spell. Okay.
But I read the description. It says it does double damage against undead, and I can hold it potentially indefinitely. So it could potentially just like hold like a.
Oh, that's super
Or-
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just march through the town on horses,
I
gather all of them like Walking Dead style, and you just pop up all
it's like in World of Warcraft where you have the warriors aggro the creeps, and then you have a mage class cast Blizzard to farm the thing.
the bad, but for undead in a city.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's gonna work because I do imagine that when you go to the Holgathar, it's gonna have like fucking much more dangerous undead. I imagine.
Yeah.
He
That's
has
my
Wall of Fire.
guess.
He has Wall of Fire.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Okay. Yeah, and then I say I've recently come into some wealth, so it seems that probably maybe a lot closer to building a laboratory. So excited for that, and of course, any spells I produce will be recorded in your store.
He gives you a thumbs up.
Yep.
Proud dad.
I go to hug him and disappear.
Okay.
I do enjoy how that entire scenario was like, I'm gonna make a wizard laboratory, and then he gives like the thumbs up emote.
Based.
Advance.
So yeah, I go looking around, or I'll try to look around Paris for no alignment.
Yeah.
But first, I assume I go outside to talk with my party.
Yeah. So you can talk with your party. What's the plan, party? You can easily buy no alignment in Paris. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So you're done with smart with your stuff?
Well, I'd like to take a couple more days. I at least need to take a trip to Torrega, but that potentially isn't any problem. I could catch up to you guys. Though, Ruben tells me that you managed to convince Nier to join on orc hunting.
I didn't really convince her. She offered.
Well,
I brought it up, and she was like, "Yeah, if you guys are leaving sometime soon, I can come along."
Postmart looks confused as fuck.
I'm not sure if you're still around though.
When did she make this offer?
I forgot how long it's been, but it was like I think it's 4 days ago. It was 4 or 5 days ago. Whenever
3 days ago.
3 days ago. Okay, yeah, 3 days ago.
I see. Well, was I feeling calm in the tavern?
Yes.
Okay. I assume she's still in the honey pot then.
Yeah, you saw her when you got up to get
Oh,
breakfast.
okay. Okay. Sure. I kind of scratch my head. I look towards Ruben. I mean, I don't think we need her help for fighting orcs, and well, it's not exactly fun. She's not exactly super fun to be around.
I mean, the more the merrier. I'd rather lower the chances of anybody getting it, especially she said she could like remove she said she could like remove curses and the like in case they have anything like that. As well as just like, in case like, she probably has some skills that could be useful.
So I look to Ruben.
He's thinking, but you see him shrug and say, I would be alright if her aura was on us for a bit. But as you say, she would probably be, I should say, overkill. But I guess would be safer.
Well, if who's I guess you never mentioned that, but yeah.
Mention what?
No, I was gonna say because you mentioned like, I might study while you guys do it. I'll be like, oh yeah, that wouldn't be too overkill on that point. But you didn't mention that to me yet.
Yeah, but I think the problem is that I don't think Nier's gonna. I think for what Nier is overkill is like if it's like a 20v3 or a 20v4, that's like it's not gonna make a difference. If they have like 100 people.
Yeah, we don't know. That's the issue.
Yeah, exactly.
As well as I'd rather it be overkill than underkill.
Yeah, but her orcs, they're not the problem. don't
I,
think I
I,
have
th-
enough spells to study to occupy me for too long.
I just think it would be good to, build companionship with someone that you've met before. Get to know them more.
They don't really
Venture
care
in the
about
best
that.
way.
They don't really care.
Hmm. Well, anyways, I would like to have her along just to see what she can do and get to know her a bit more.
I suppose it is good relationship building for you.
And there's no real downside to it.
And it would be irresponsible of me to let you two die. So I suppose I do have to come.
It'll be a quick adventure, Usmar, like the old times.
And we'll be doing good in the meantime, as well. They have been attacking the villages, mind you, around.
That's true.
Left unchecked, they could spread further beyond, or just raise the villages to the ground.
That's true. Well,
I think though they're the last threats. That's the last organized threat that's around in the western portion, at least, of the kingdom.
I see. Well, I suppose I'll meet you somewhere. Will you make it to Riverside today?
Do the math. Pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah, we will.
Is that where you're planning on going?
That's up to Reuven to decide, because Reuven's the one who's guiding us, or guiding me at least.
I think Kansi would be closer.
I leave that up to you, Reuven. I trust in your ability.
Was the orc camp not on the eastern side of the forest?
I remember it like east, like southeast.
I'm gonna check my notes. I don't remember.
Well, Ruben, I
This doesn't really matter.
might have slipped my mind.
Yeah, I don't have it written down.
We can wait in Riverside, sure.
Okay, well, in any case, I'll scry upon you guys and try to communicate something tomorrow.
Or can you? Kenzie is closer to Tarega, so maybe it's a bit better for you.
It doesn't really make a difference for me. It's a half day's travel to Riverside.
Okay. We'll wait for you there then.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
If
Good plan.
one of you guys doesn't mind letting Nier know, because I don't want to rather not spend the money if possible.
Sure. Ruben, can you handle that? I'd like to get
Yes.
going as soon as possible.
Yes.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Give Oliver a pat on the shoulder and turn towards the stables and get my horse and.
Oh yeah, I'll also let you guys know about the white situation. Nier told me with the undead where that we saw in the east. So they can drain your life force and abilities and that sort of stuff. If you get hit by them.
Well, diamonds are expensive, but I suppose the protection is worth it.
Never forget your protection.
Yeah. Yeah. I think we start gathering all our stuff and probably head out that evening. I assuming Nier's still alright with it.
Or I guess this is the morning.
Oh yeah, it's morning. That's that's right. I just
Alright.
meant. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
You can get all your stuff done and then split up. You two with Nia heading to Riverside and Osmar. Do you fly or what do you do?
I take my horsey. It's 36 movement speed on road.
Yeah, true. You can book it to Tarrega, arrive there, and do what you need to do. And the rest of the party is in Riverside.
This is a good spot to stop.
I think so.
Yeah, I think I'll just be chatting up Nier again, trying to get to know her a little bit during the ride.
Yeah. You will notice that your interest quickly fades as you stay around her. Like,
Okay.
it's like one of these weird effects that you don't really are that interested in knowing things about her. It's just when concrete questions pop into your head and you can ask her things.
Okay.
Just small talking with Nia is not really happening.
I need to get a magical ability to stop that, and then so I can small talk with her.
Alright.
Yeah.
Then let me just quickly write this down.
Parlay with the orcs next session.
Who of you speaks Orcish?
Well, I mean, the last time one of them will probably speak common, maybe.
Orcs are
Law of
fucking
large
psychos,
numbers.
though. I remember last time he was super. That one dude was super gung ho about killing Reuben.
Yeah, it was like, I remember like he wanted to die in a duel.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like I mean, hey, if we can stop the whole thing by a duel, that'd be pretty sick.
That would be interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
Pacify the orcs by showing that we're stronger than them.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah.
Could work.
Just burn their children.
That also
Not the
works.
adults, just the children.
Just the children.
Yeah.
Just the children and the women, so.
Yeah. Then they die.
Then there's only half orcs remaining.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
We need to make some plans. Maybe I don't join. I don't know if it's worth it.
That's up to you.
If only you knew how many orcs there are, then maybe this would be a easier thing to discern. But well, no
Yeah,
one
you guys
asked.
never made it.
I can.
Oh yeah, try. I probably could have asked. I guess I could probably ask in
I
fucking
I don't think they
Riverside.
know how many orcs there are in the orc.
No one's ever known how many
Oh,
enemies.
wait. Are you guys going? Is the plan to go kill an orc raiding party or the orc base camp?
They're
Full
at base
base.
camp. Yeah, full base. We're stopping the orc threat.
Yeah. So then there's. I don't know. I can just throw clairvoyances and give like random coordinates and hope it hits.
Yeah, there's like probably at least like 20 orcs per raiding party, and there's probably at least like 2 to 4 raiding parties total, probably with orcs. I
There's
guess.
a non-zero chance that I would find the base.
Yeah, if you scry high enough above the forest and are lucky enough.
You guys have never seen the orc camp, right? You just know generally where it is.
We know their general area, I think. Like, but they consider that as orc territory. But that's like a wide area. We don't know the base camp.
Okay. Okay. Well, I imagine they'll probably be at least equal to the strength and the hobgoblins and bandits and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but the hobgoblins and bandits were super easy.
Yeah.
Or it would be super easy for us now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well.
I don't know how much stronger orcs are. I think they're gonna be about equal to bandits.
I think they're equal to hobgoblins, roughly. Rules is written.
Well,
They're a bit
they're
stronger. They may be a
really
bit stronger. I think.
We didn't fight the bandits head on. The bandits have just skedaddled. You know?
Yeah, that was like a war of attrition against the bandits for a long time.
My only encounters with orcs have been fireballing one party of them dead and then just slapping one around and carrying it in my arms as I fly through the forest. So orcs don't really seem too intimidating to me right now.
Well,
Yeah, true. Well, we can get some more details about them when we get to Riverside.
Studying to do. I could learn the Wall of Fire. I could learn No Alignment. I could learn Shadow Monsters. I could learn so much stuff. Look at creatures.
How close are you to being topped up on spells? On like the lower level ones?
I think level 1 spells I have 18 now.
Okay.
Level 2 spells I think I have 16. I'm not sure. I close my thing.
Yeah, you're getting close though to filling it up.
What level is the spell? What's the spell? Cat's Grace. Is that second level?
Yep.
I think is that a wizard spell?
Yep. It's Apparition.
Okay.
Bard.
Yeah, I've been looking at that, but it's also kind of how do we get the ingredient?
Yeah,
Oh, what's
I,
the ingredient? I
I
haven't even looked at
literally
it.
cannot cast a spell.
You
What's the
can't.
ingredient?
It's abjuration spell, so I'm barred from the school.
Ah, then
Oh, it's whiskers from an elven cat.
exactly. I was thinking, what if I like do grooming sessions for Kitty? We're gonna get the file
Just
her on her the claws as you do with cats.
Well, it's a few per casting. It's not just one.
it's easy. Just color spray the cat and then yank when it's unconscious. Easy.
Or just get like a kitty like a kitten ring.
Yeah.
My thinking was, what if we because the whiskers grow, right?
Yeah, they're like hair. They grow and fall out on occasion. And new ones grow
But
in. I think.
they do, in theory, need to be cut at times. So
I
what if
don't
it's
think that. I don't think you
full
cut them. I think
head?
they just fall out naturally.
Not what if it's just full heads? It's the clippings of whiskers.
Yeah, but it wouldn't work if it's clippings.
Yeah, well, yeah. I think you just have to you have to yank them out. Yeah, because like at least like my understanding from whiskers are basically like they're like super like they use like cats use them for like fucking like detecting like differences in the air and that sort of stuff and like
Just
like
fireball the
movements.
cat.
Just go to the Elven Woods and just get a bunch of cats for free. They're
True.
lying around. You can take them.
True.
Just go to the Elven Forest with a bunch of. Just go to the edge of the Elven Forest and lay like a bunch of catnip and get like a big fan.
The great
Okay.
plans of how to get elven cat whiskers. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
should be the easiest party to have, Elvin. We have a pet kitty. Should be the easiest thing for us.
Yeah,
The
but
problem is that it is a pet, so you don't want to like abuse it.
Yeah, I would say the problem is that you would have to cast Color Spray on Ruven as well, and he is high enough level to get a saving throw.
Then we just have to kill Reuven, so then then
uh,
kill Kitty, pluck Kitty's whiskers, and then revive Reuven, so then you can have you can have the spell cast on him.
I'll just have with Kitty on Reuben's shoulder. I'll be like, Reuben, I need to show you this spell, and then I just cast it and just betray his trust.
And you get like 3 castings of Cat's Grace for it.
Yep, worth.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that would work.
And as I know, Reuben, it's for your own good.
You
It
want that 3
technically
extra
is.
decks? You want that 3 extra decks for a couple hours?
It'll give you +1 or 2 AC.
That would be huge, though. Sort of like imagine.
Yeah, it gives you the 20, so I forgot what 20 gives you.
Well,
But anyway, thank you everyone for the
Yeah,
session.
thank
It
you.
was great. I loved it. This is a great RP.
yeah, good gum.
Why?
Good gum and good nut.
Okay, yeah, okay. I heard we are dumb, so no, that was a surprise. Alright. Here,
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
have
Thank
a
you,
nice
Doc.
week.
Yosh, good
See you
nut.
everybody.
See you.
Yeah, bye-bye. See ya.